Big O Tires of Evanston presents Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's game is brought to you by these Outlaw supporting businesses and individuals. Big O Tires, the team you trust. By Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Allstate, Casey Coukert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Telegram to Good Health, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Aspen Grove Nursery, Davis Chiropractic, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast is Uinta Physical Therapy. And now it's time for a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country, 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com. Good morning. Welcome to the Paul J. Wataha Ballfield Complex here in Rock Springs, where today in the consolation bracket of the South District Tournament, American Legion Baseball, the Evanston Outlaws taking on the Riverton Raiders. We'll be back. We've got our pregame show coming up, and we'll be back with that on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM. You can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
Big O Tires welcomes you.
Big O Tires, we go the extra mile, revving up the service to make you smile. We're in the business of customer pleasing, all the right service for all the right reasons.
Oil changes, fluid checks, healthy wipers, and the best tires. Big O Tires.
'Cause the extra miles, the way we go, we got you covered at Big O.
607 West Cheyenne Drive, Evanston.
Well, today the Evanston Outlaws are going to be taking on the Riverton Raiders, a team that they're fairly familiar with. They're in the same Southwest Conference. They played each other 3 times this year. In addition, Riverton forfeited a doubleheader at Evanston just a couple of weeks ago. Ryan Steinekert here with AP Harold on the pregame show. As the Outlaws right now, if you're watching online at k-9radio.com, you can see Evanston out running their infield, outfield. They'll be the home team in this one, but warming up and getting ready for this hot afternoon of baseball, AP.
Absolutely, and it is hot, and even hotter are the emotions running on both clubs because they know that the loser goes home and is finished with the year, or if you're a senior, Ryan, your career. This is a do-or-die, make-or-break game. The winner will play, less importantly, for third place at 4 o'clock. Most importantly, qualifies for state, gets a chance to go to UW country next week for the state tourney in Laramie.
Earlier today, speaking, you mentioned Laramie. The Laramie Rangers beat Torrington 16-5 in the early game this morning. That one started at 9, so Laramie qualifies for state. The winner of this game between Evanston and Riverton will go on to face Laramie this afternoon at 4 p.m. And if it's the Outlaws, of course, we'll have that game for you here on K9 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com. Now, the Outlaws coming into this one at 17-18 overall this season, including last night's loss against Rock Springs, 6-1 in the semifinals of that winner's side of the bracket.
Some tough luck late last night when the Outlaws trying to rally and the Buster Posey rule, so to speak. Some extra emphasis last couple of years at all levels of baseball in terms of contact with the catcher, disallowed a second Outlaws run. Likely the outcome would not have changed, but you never know in a sport without a clock. And today, another piece of a little bit unlucky news is that because Ryan Riverton gained a forfeit win in the first game of this tournament, they've been able to keep their ace in the hole, Stephen Rennig, and he is on the bump for the Raiders.
Rennig pitched in the second game of a doubleheader against the Outlaws back on June 28th, and he was able to really keep the Outlaws in check. Just 2 hits in that game for Evanston. They did score 5 runs, but it wasn't enough in an 11-5 loss, and that was a huge contrast from the game just before that. The first game of that doubleheader, Evanston won 14-2, and that was the big difference, was Stephen Rennig on the mound for Riverton.
Pitching is so important. It's just so critical in the game of baseball. We'll see today if Evanston has better luck, fares any better with the ace of Riverton on the mound. Of course, last night, the Rock Springs ace, the esteemed Nick Bloom, struck out, 15 Outlaws that he had taken that turn back to the technically home dugout, even though the game here last night, of course, in Rock Springs.
Riverton finished the regular season at 16
16-24. They're now 17-25 after a win or a loss against Laramie on Thursday, 15-6, and then as AP mentioned, a win by forfeit over Guernsey yesterday puts them into this game here today against the Evanston Outlaws. Riverton right now warming up. It's a beautiful afternoon. The wind just a light breeze right now coming out of the northwest. Nothing like we saw last night. Those big, strong winds and wind gusts last night, but I imagine we're going to get some heavier winds as the afternoon wears on. Evanston and Riverton coming up here in a few minutes from the Paul J. Wataha Complex here in Rock Springs, the home of Archie Hay Post 24, who will play Green River later tonight for the championship of this district. We're going to move along with the pregame show. We've got interviews from coaches Cody Beers of the Riverton Raiders, also Coach Judd Kishpaw of the Evanston Outlaws. That's all here on the pregame show on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Here pregame with Coach Cody Beers of the Riverton Raiders. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Hey, glad to be here.
That time of the year, postseason baseball, everybody's got to be on top of the game. How are your kids looking?
You know, we're fine. We're missing 5 or 6 kids because of the state 15-year-old Babe Ruth tournament. But we got the 10 here who are here. We've been playing great baseball with those 10. And, we got a few butterflies today, just like probably Evanston does. And, we'll let the chips fall where they may. And, winner goes to state.
Both ball clubs familiar with each other. What do you guys know about the Evanston Outlaws?
Well, we've only played each other twice all year because we had a kid hurt last week and didn't get to make the trip down to Evanston. We really wanted to make that trip so that we could see, Evanston a month later. I'm sure they wanted to see us too. So, to play good fundamental baseball, when things are going well for Evanston, they're a lot like us. I mean, I think we're kind of two of the same teams. When things go well, when we don't boot the ball around, throw it around, we're in pretty good shape.
I concur on that for both ball clubs. And, Coach, this time of the year, pitching is at a premium, third game in 3 days. Who you got taken to the bump for you?
We're bringing our ace, Stephen Rennig. We actually had a little bit of an advantage, I think, because we got a bye because of the Guernsey situation. So we've really only burned one kid. So we're in pretty good shape pitching-wise. And, we bring our number one guy and we'll see how things go. And
finally, Coach, when you guys are up to bat, for folks back in Evanston, who are 2 or 3 kids we should look out for?
Well, Andrew Von Ryan's our leadoff hitter. Stephen Rennig bats second. Ryan Axtelm's in the 3-hole, and Baylor Beers is the cleanup hitter. And really, those 4 guys have been our main guys all year. They all hit 350 or above. They're our main guys. And so if they're in the game today, we like our chances.
The Beers family, the first family of baseball in Riverton. Coach Beers, we wish you the best today.
Beers cubed, as we say. And, my boy's the manager. I help him make things go. And then, of course, my boy, I'm proud as hell of him. He's 16 years old. And thanks for being here. We appreciate your coverage.
Thank you to Coach Cody Beers, the head coach of the Riverton Raiders, here on the pregame show. We'll be back right after this with Coach Judd Kishpaw on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
I'm Adam Jackson. Now joining me, the head coach of your Evanston Outlaws, Judd Kishbaugh. And Coach, not the result you guys wanted yesterday. What do you want to improve on coming into the game against Riverton today?
Well, we don't want any errors at all. We ended up with 4 or 5 of them last night. We got to get a win. I got to see bats. They swung pretty well, but we had 14 or 15 Ks, and that's unheard of. That's the most we've had in a game. Bloom was tough, so today we want to keep that down, at least cut it in half, if not less than that. So that's what I'm looking at.
15 strikeouts yesterday. How much is that on the pitcher Bloom, and how much is that on your guys and their approach up at the plate?
I think it's a combination of both. There was a lot of butterflies going because they knew with that win that puts us straight into state. So Bloom though is a good pitcher. I mean, I voted him in as all district, and I think he's probably an all-state pitcher.
He certainly was great yesterday. Let's talk about your relievers yesterday, though. They came in and they really kind of kept you guys in the game late.
Yeah, what we tried to do is save Ian for today. Unfortunately, we lost him to an injury, so we don't know the extent of that. We'll hopefully see after the first of the week. But, yeah, then we went a little off speed with Hunter Hicks and then Bo Lloyd, and that really threw Rock Springs a loop. They didn't know what to do with it. I don't think we ended up with 1 or 2 hits with them.
You just kind of touched on Ian Fisher. Is he not expected to be in the lineup today?
No, he will not be. He's done for today. So with this win today, and then that moves us on to the next, he'll be out of that game too. And then we'll have to see what happens when he goes to the doctor.
Obviously a tough loss for you guys and the team. How does that affect your team when they take the field today with him not being able to play?
Well, I actually think it's a little contradiction to where it's going to have those kids step up because they're missing their ace. He's the ace usually at the plate, in the field, wherever he's at, and of course pitching. So I think that picks the kids will pick their game up.
You guys certainly want to pick your game up today. Winner goes on to states. Loser obviously goes home. This is a huge game for you and your team. How do you get your team motivated and ready knowing that it's win or you go home?
I think they realize that, so I don't have to do much. Coach Lloyd and I, we're just going to go through our regular routine, and I think the kids realize where they're at. I think they'll step into this game with a lot less butterflies and should produce.
You're kind of familiar with Riverton. You guys have seen them 3 times this year. You've had some advantages against them. You guys have lost. What do you know about this team, and what do you guys have to do to win today?
Well, they can hit, and they have a pretty good pitcher. I don't know if we'll face him today. I don't know if they've used him up this tournament or not. We should be okay. We get pretty good hits. The game we faced their pitcher that throws pretty quick is we just didn't hit the ball, and I think these kids, they just did batting practice, and it looks pretty good. So I think I feel pretty good.
Coach, any idea who is going to get the ball today to start this game?
Yeah, that's going to be Austin Housekeeper. He's going to light it up. We'll see. He throws a pretty quick ball, and he's got a great breaking. We'll see where he goes, and then we might throw a little something different at him. We'll see. We might do the same route we did last night.
What are the keys for Housekeeper to kind of keep the runs down and keep you guys in this game today?
Well, he has to. House is a funny bear. He's got to start slow, about 75% speed, and then pick that up, and then hopefully we can have a pitcher-friendly strike zone. So we'll see. That's what we got to have from him.
All right, Coach. Well, we'll certainly be rooting for you and wish you the best of luck today.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks to Evanston Outlaws head coach Judd Kishpa for that interview here on the pregame show. We're about 3 minutes away from the starting lineups and today's opening pitch at this district tournament on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball here on KNYN The Big Dog, 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, KNYN, Evanston, Wyoming. You can also watch live online at k-9radio.com. And Ryan Steinekert here with AP Herald. If you're watching online, you see the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard cam. It's set up, and you can see the scoreboard in the distance. But the gentleman broadcasting for the Laramie Rangers working on an hour-plus post-game show, and so we're unable to set up our post-game or our scoreboard camera just how we want it to until he's finished, and we don't want to get in his way. So AP, the Evanston Outlaws, the Riverton Raiders, two similar teams, similar records. They both went 6-6. They tied in the regular season in the Southwest Conference. Evanston comes in as the number 2 seed just by virtue of the head-to-head matchup. Your take on what you know about these teams?
Yeah, it's kind of like a couple of identical twins that are finally going off to college, and they're going to go in different directions. One's going to make the right choice, and one's going to make the wrong choice in terms of who wins this game. Goes on to state, and the loser goes home, packs up the baseballs and the bats and the gloves and the caps and everything, and awaits that long Cowboy State winner to get after it again. So emotion's going to be running high, a lot of butterflies, a lot of anxiety, but the team that can compose themselves early, get out there and attest to the fundamentals of the game. That is, hit the ball, catch the ball, run the bases, make the proper throw in terms of hitting the cutoff man. That's the team that's going to get the win, as these teams are rather evenly matched. Now, that said, the Outlaws do not have their ace because he is out, and who knows how much he could pitch, Ian Fisher, even if he were healthy, because of the fact that Riverton, fortunate enough to have Guernsey forfeit their first win here in the tournament. Stephen Rennick is on the mound. He is their ace, and Ryan, he has had some success this year against Evanston.
He started, Outlaws played a doubleheader back on the 28th of May at Riverton, and in the first game with Ryan Axthelm on the mound at first, TJ Paulson came in relief, but the Outlaws just blew out Riverton 14-2 in that game one. Game two, a different story though, with Stephen Rennig on the mound. Outlaws managed just, I think, 2 hits in the entire ball game. They had a few more base runners, took advantage of some errors, but still 5 runs to Riverton's 11 in a loss to split that doubleheader.
And anybody that's ever gone to the batting cages, you don't have to play competitive baseball, knows the difference in average pitching, good pitching, very good pitching, and great pitching. And I don't know if I'm ready to put Stephen Rennig in the great category, but certainly very good for this level. He is the ace of Riverton, and we will need to take every opportunity, be patient, jump on some good pitches, go the opposite field, take what he gives us. and we need much better base running, certainly than we showed in the initial game of this district tournament in the win over Rollins, and need better defense, Ryan, than we showcased last night against Rock Springs, when, depending on who was scoring the game, between 4 and 6 errors for the Evanston American Legion Club.
Those stats, and any stats that we give you, of course, unofficial. They're stats we keep as we go along, and I know we're accurate, not perfect. Unofficial stats, and we're just moments away from getting this one underway. Again, the winner in this one qualifies for state and plays for 3rd and 4th place this afternoon against Laramie. Loser, unfortunately, is done for the year. That's just the nature of the game.
Hey, that's postseason baseball, postseason football, basketball, whatever sports you want. That's why we love competitive athletics, is we can see the differences between two individuals or two teams on a field. It's distinctly American. We are a competitive society. We are a wonderful society, and baseball is part of the fabric of Americana. And this is just a glorious early afternoon in late July in the Cowboy State. Most of the time during the year here in Wyoming, of course, you don't even dream about playing baseball, but for a few glorious short months in the summer, oh, what a wonderful experience it can be. American Legion baseball is such a tradition. The umpires today going to be wearing those nice cream-colored tops with the traditional dark gray trousers, and again, that 3-man crew that's been working this tournament. Always nice to have an extra pair of eyes out there for the men that you traditionally refer to as blue.
Let's give you the starting lineups right now. We'll go first with the visiting team. Evanston Outlaws came in as the number 2 seed from the Southwest Conference. Riverton came in as the number 3 at this tournament. To the 9-inning games, the home team is the team with the higher seed. So the Outlaws fortunate enough to be the home team, or considered the home team for the three of these third games they've played, or all 3 of the games. And so we'll give you the visiting team lineup first. Leading off will be shortstop number 5, Andrew Von Rhine. Batting second will be pitcher number 11, Stephen Rennig. One of these, if you heard in the pregame interview with Coach Cody Beers, he said the top 3 or 4 hitters have been the stars at the plate all season long. Rennig, the number 2 hitter. Number 12, Ryan Axthelm, right fielder, will bat third. Cleanup hitter, Baylor Beers, number 13, and playing catcher, an all-district first-team catcher last year as a junior, and I'm sure he'll make that again this year as a senior. The batting fifth is number 9, first baseman, Ridge McCoy. Batting sixth will be TJ Paulson, number 2, the second baseman. Batting seventh, number 10, center fielder, Bailey Myers, followed by Austin Locker, left fielder, number 6, and the number 9 hitter, Tyler Landis, number 4, third baseman for the Riverton Raiders. As for the Evanston Outlaws starting lineups, we'll turn it to AP Harold.
Thanks, Ryan. Once Evanston comes up to the dish in the bottom half of inning number 1, we will see Tucker Leland in center field leading off. He wears number 3. In the 2-hole, number 13, the second baseman, Austin, please call me Berta Herford. Austin Housekeeper will be on the mound, wearing number 42, hitting third. Cleaning up, the skipper's son, Will Kishbaugh, wears number 24. He'll be at first base. At the hot corner of third base, Hunter Hicks will bat fifth, wears number 18. Number 25, Robbie Nowicki patrols left field. He'll hit sixth. The shortstop, Braden McDonald, moves up a couple of spots from last night. He'll hit seventh, wears number 5. In the 8-hole, Alex Richens is out in right field, wears number 4. And doing the catching, hitting ninth, number 35, Alex Housekeeper, who has not had, Ryan, many plate appearances this year, but when he's had the opportunity, he has swung the aluminum lumber quite well.
Prior to this tournament, Alex Housekeeper had just 2 at-bats this season, and he played the entire game Thursday against Rollins. Did very well, as you said.
Absolutely. It brings to mind that song, Put Me In, Coach, I'm Ready to Play. And that's probably what Alex has been thinking all season long. He's getting the opportunity here late, and hopefully he can continue to shine as the last couple of games. The bottom of the Outlaws lineup has really been the part of the lineup, Ryan, that has made the most contact and gotten on base by just putting it on the ground and making the other team try to pick it up, knock it down, throw you out. That's really one of the fundamentals of the game. We'll see if the top and middle of the order can pick up some of the slack as well here, as this is an elimination game in the 2014 district tournament here, Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Robbie Nowicki yesterday against Rock Springs, batting 7th, went 2 for 4. Austin Herford batting 8th, went 3 for 4. The day before against Rollins, Austin Herford batting 8th, went 2 for 4. And Alex Housekeeper batting 9th, went 2 for 3. Between those 3 Outlaw players, that's been really the most productive part of the batting order. And in this one, actually, with Ian Fisher injured, not playing, Austin Herford has moved up in the batting order to number 2, and we'll look for some continued solid production out of him in that number 2 spot.
No doubt about it. The Paul J. Wataha Complex, if you haven't been out here, folks, it's really something to behold. A number of fields. This is the biggest of them, of course, for the Senior American Legion kids. You've got a very nice golf course behind the complex as a number of folks are taking advantage of this beautiful summer weather to get out there and swing a different kind of stick, if you will, as I believe Mark Twain called it, golf a good walk spoiled, as the Ryan, the Outlaws take to the field, and we're just moments away from the opening pitch.
Austin Housekeeper start on the mound here today, and looking back to when the Outlaws played at Riverton, Housekeeper did not pitch in that one. Ian Fisher, a complete game, 5 innings in Game 1 in a 14-2 dominant victory for the Outlaws. Game 2, Alex Richens started, had some trouble with control. In Alex's defense, the umpire from the first game, a much more wide strike zone. In Game 2, it was a real tight strike zone. Anybody that was at that game or watched that game can agree with that. And Richens struggled early. He hadn't pitched in, I think, 3 or 4 weeks prior to that game. He was thrown in there, and he settled down after that first inning, allowing 6 runs in the first, none in the second, just 1 in the third. But that first inning was all it took for Riverton to get out in front and win that game. But as I was saying, Austin Housekeeper did not pitch against Riverton earlier this season.
And American Legion baseball throughout the state, throughout the country, is such a family affair. You look at the Riverton Ball Club and Cody Beers, the skipper, has got a son who is a coach on the team. He has got, of course, a son, Baylor, who is playing on the team. And our battery for your Evanston Outlaws today, it's a brotherly battery between Austin Housekeeper and Alex Housekeeper. And one of the things in baseball, Ryan, as you well know, you want there to be some good rapport and chemistry between pitcher and catcher. You couldn't ask for much more, maybe too much chemistry between these two guys, as brothers sometimes like to razz each other. But these guys certainly familiar with one another. Austin Housekeeper on the mound, Alex Housekeeper behind the plate. Setting the rest of the defense for you for the Outlaws in the outfield. Say that 10 times fast. Left to right, Robbie Nowicki, Tucker Leland, and Alex Hitchens. And third to first in the infield for Evanston, Hunter Hicks, Braden McDowell, Berta Herford, and Will Kishbaugh. Ryan Steineckert is setting up our Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and we thank Uinta Physical Therapy and all of our fine sponsors for bringing you this exciting action. 2014 district tournament as the Evanston Outlaws and the Riverton Raiders prepare to do battle in a do-or-die, make-or-break, put-up or shut-up elimination game. The loser will pack things up and break camp again sometime probably in mid to late April of 2015. The winner, though, will not only play at for third place against Laramie, but is assured of a spot in the state tournament in Laramie next week. And here we go as Austin Housekeeper on the mound. And the first pitch of the game is a ball high with a fastball to Andrew Von Ryan. The count 1-0. Von Ryan, the shortstop, leadoff man, right-handed hitter, wiggles that bat. Austin Housekeeper into the line, the 1-0. Inside and high, 2-0. So Housekeeper trying to find that zone. Gray uniforms for Riverton, trimmed in gold. The 2-0 on the way. That's high. 3-0 with the fastball. And Von Ryan, the speedy Andrew Von Ryan, the leadoff man, one bad one away from taking first base. Austin Housekeeper into the line. The 3-0 on the way upstairs. And an inauspicious start for Outlaw fans to the top half of inning number 1. A 4-pitch walk to Andrew Von Ryan. Stephen Reddick will step in. Wears number 11. He'll be on the mound this afternoon for Riverton. He is their ace, as Housekeeper now will work from the stretch. Von Ryan takes his lead, and the pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Throw down to first, and Von Ryan is back. And So is Ryan Steinecker. We appreciate his multitasking, getting the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard ready. And for the Outlaws, good to see that after that 4-pitch walk, Housekeeper comes back and the initial toss to Rennig caught the corner. 3-man umpiring crew, as we mentioned here at the district tournament level. We saw 2 men in blue for most of the regular season. Again, working from the stretch is Housekeeper. The off-speed pitch misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, something that Coach Kishpaw mentioned was that Housekeeper will often get off to a slow start. Let's hope that walk is the physical representation of that
yes,
slow
let's
start.
hope that's the extent of the slow start. We certainly don't need the kind of slow start we had last night. The 1-1 on the way. It misses upstairs, 2-1. So 6 of the 7 pitches from Austin Housekeeper balls so far. That's not the kind of ratio you're looking for to play out over the course of a 9-inning affair. The 2-1 on the way. This one is a hot shot up the middle into center field for a base hit. Taking the turn and hustling over to the third, Von Ryan. The throw is a little bit off. Von Ryan comes in standing. Runners at the corners, nobody out. As Rennig with a sharp single to center will bring up Ryan Axthelm.
Something Cody Beers, coach of the Riverton Raiders, mentioned. His team is a good hitting team. I think Coach Kishpaw recognized that as well, and we've seen that already with that sharp single up the middle by Rennig.
Runners on first and third, nobody out. Scoreless game, the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, top half of inning number 1. Austin Housekeeper comes set. The pitch to Axthelm, way outside. The runner goes down to second. The throw down is cut off, throw back home, not in time, and the double steal is executed perfectly. 1-0 Riverton on your Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Outlaws took a calculated risk there with Housekeeper throwing down to second. They, of course, had that play set where McDonald comes up, cuts off the throw a little bit short and tries to get the runner coming home. Didn't quite work for the Outlaws, worked well for the Riverton Raiders.
We went in between there. Either you got to throw down and try to get the guy stealing, or the man cutting off, in that case, the shortstop, has got to take that throw on the grass to have a chance to throw out the man breaking from third. The 1-0 on the way, swing and a miss. The count evens a ball and a strike to Axthelm.
Axthelm, when these teams played that doubleheader back in May, just 1 for 7, a run scored, 1 RBI in those 2 games combined.
Housekeeper checks the runner at second, and this one is popped back our way. And the count now a ball and 2 strikes to the number 3 hitter, the right fielder, Ryan Axthelm.
Runner on second here, 1-0 lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard early on for Riverton, and another little bit of a slow start for the Outlaws so far.
Austin Housekeeper looks in. Looks back at Rennig. The 1-2 forthcoming. Off-speed pitch misses inside with the curve. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Outlaws outfielders playing just about straight away, fairly shallow, especially out there in right field. Alex Richens looks maybe a bit too shallow.
The 2-2. This one is ripped into deep center field and over for the head of Tucker Leland. Coasting in to score is Rennig, and in with a stand-up RBI double is Ryan Axthelm as he jumped all over that fastball. And it's 2-0 Riverton on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
I know Coach Kishpaw likes to bring his outfield in just a little bit and almost dare the opposing team to hit over them. And unfortunately, a lot of times that will work, but just as we saw then, it did not.
Cleanup man and coach's son and assistant coach's brother, Baylor Beers, stands in.
Now the outfield
catcher.
Sorry, I interrupted you there, AP.
Not a problem. Looks at a fastball up high, 1-0.
Outfield is backed out a little bit. Tucker Leland playing significantly deeper in center field, and Nowicki's backed up as well in left. A lot more power expected out of Baylor Beers than we saw from Axthelm, or than usually you see from Axthelm.
The 1-0 on the way. Fastball is skied into deep center field. Leland on his horse, and that ball is up against the wall. Making sure it wasn't caught. Axthelm, he will round second and come on in to score, and back-to-back stand-up RBI doubles for Riverton make it 3-0 now on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And here's a visit to the mound from Coach Kishpaw.
That hit by Baylor Beers, you'd say it's 360 feet straight away center field. It was 20, 30 feet to the right of that 360-foot sign out there in the center field, and that hit about, 2-3 feet below the top of the fence. That was a good 355, 357 feet of distance that ball sailed.
And if you're a Big 12 fan, you might be familiar with the Baylor Bears. Well, Baylor Beers is built like a Baylor Bear. He's a big, strong kid. And as Ryan mentioned, he nearly deposited that piece of cowskin over the fence. He'll settle, if you will, for that RBI stand-up double. And he's down there at second. Still nobody out here in the top half of inning number 1. The meeting between the Outlaws infield and Coach Kishbaugh is finished. And Ridge McCoy, you talk about a Wyoming name, Ridge McCoy.
That's right.
That's not, some kind of Connecticut name. This is a very mountain time zone tough name. Will dig in. He is a southpaw, swings it from the left side.
McCoy did not play in that doubleheader when the Outlaws traveled to Riverton back in May.
Tall, lanky first baseman awaits the pitch. It's an off-speed offering and misses low, 1-0.
If you're Coach Kishpaw going out to that meeting on the mound a few minutes ago, it's let's settle down, let's get back into it, let's focus and get some outs here.
If you're McCoy, you're looking to pull this and get Beers at least to third as the fastball catches the outside corner from Housekeeper. The count evens a ball and a strike.
Richens now much deeper out there in right field with the left-handed hitter at the plate.
Austin Housekeeper continues to work. The 1-1 is opposite field, sprayed in for a one-hop single. Beers content to go station to station. McCoy takes a turn, holds on at first. Runners at the corners still. Nobody out. 3-0 Riverton as the Raiders jumping all over Evanston early on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Ryan, that brings up the fine second sacker for Riverton, number 2, TJ Paulson.
If you're the Raiders, this is exactly how you want to start a game. You want to go through the entire game this way if you can. 4 base hits, 3 runs scored already, still nobody out, runners on the corners.
Again, Austin Housekeeper comes set. Runner goes. The ball is bunted. It's bunted beautifully down the first base line. Fielded and firing over. Not in time to the second baseman covering is Housekeeper. Will be an infield single all the way over to third. Goes the runner from first, McCoy. In to score is Baylor Beers. It's now 4-0. Give the ribby to Paulson on the infield single with the bunt. And hustling again over to third, the first baseman, Ridge McCoy. So again, runners in the corners now, 4-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Pitch on the way from Housekeeper, a fastball misses up and in.
A little bit of a mental lapse there by Herford at second base. He's got to get over and cover at first base a lot quicker than that.
No doubt about it. He saw that play, had plenty of time to do it, but just not focused. And that one is a hot shot just over the outstretched glove of the shortstop, Braden McDonald. That'll be an RBI single to center for Bailey Myers. In to score is Ridge McCoy. It's now 5-0, down to second, TJ Paulson. And the hits, they just keep on coming for the Riverton Raiders, who are living up to their moniker. Raiders like to come in, pillage, plunder, and hit you, and you don't know what's happened. That's exactly what they're doing. 5-0, we need Physical Therapy scoreboard. Nobody out. The number 8 hitter, Austin Locker, stands in. Housekeeper deals, and this one is pushed foul down the first base side. No balls and a strike.
5-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. I mentioned earlier exactly the way the Raiders wanted to start, exactly the way the Outlaws did not want to start.
Curveball, going to miss inside, a ball and a strike. I think the name Austin, very popular in the late 20th century. We've got a lot of Austins in American Legion baseball.
Couple Austins for the Outlaws and an Austin Locker for the Riverton Raiders.
1 ball, 1 strike, 5 in, 2 on, nobody out. 5-0 Riverton, Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Housekeeper deals. Low and in the dirt, 2 balls and a strike. 360 to straightaway center. 325 down the lines here at the Paul J. Wataha Complex Senior Field. This one way up and in, and the wild pitch moves runners to second and third. Bailey Myers advancing to second. T.J. Paulson over to third. Count now 3-1 on Austin Locker. Now from the wide, Housekeeper. The 3-1 low. Another wild pitch back to the screen, but the runners content to stay where they are. It is ball 4. And Locker with the base on balls. And here comes the hook. I think that Coach Kishbaugh has seen enough. Austin just not sharp today. And Ryan, in a elimination game, you can't afford to stick with anybody out there who is struggling. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change.
The question is who's going to come in. Alex Richens hanging out in right field. He's a possible candidate. He may move to third if we see Hunter Hicks take the mound, or Austin Herford, another one we might see.
And it looks like Alex Hitchens coming in from right.
Richens,
excuse me. Yeah, I've got Hicks and Hitchens mixed up there. Alex Richens will come on in, and Ryan, I think you got to make this call here as it's early, but you're down already 5 runs.
You know, that makes it so tough. The Outlaws is already in a real tough position because not only are they down 5-0, the way that Riverton's been hitting the ball, we don't know how they're going to come out against Hunter Hicks, what he'll be throwing and how his arm is feeling after going 3 innings last night against Rock Springs. And so the Outlaws just really in a big hole right now, and a lot of baseball left to be played. We're going to go 9 innings today, barring a 10-run lead for one team or the other, and at this point that would be Riverton on the way to that. But a lot of baseball left to be played. We'll see if the Outlaws can pull it together, focus, and try to fight their way back into this one.
We mentioned in the first game of this tournament for the Outlaws, which they won 7-6 over Rollins, they struggled with base running. Yesterday it was defensive miscues. Today they've just been hit hard. The Riverton Raiders have brought the bats a walk, a single, a double, another single, another single, and a walk. These guys have got it going on, and we're now down to the number 9 hitter they've batted around. Standing in will be Tyler Landers as Alex Richens. Number 4.
Hunter Hicks, is on the mound.
Oh, Hunter Hicks is on the mound.
Yeah,
I had my defense and all screwed up. So,
Richens came
we got
in from right field.
Went to right, correct?
Correct.
All
Richens
right.
came in from right to third base, and Hunter Hicks moved on the mound. Now Outlaws infield playing in tight, going to try and stop any more runs.
Hunter Hicks is going to miss inside with the initial offering to Landers, and now we've got Richens over at third. I'll eventually get this one right. The 1-0 on the way. Fastball inside 2-0, and it's understandable that Hicks would struggle with his control early, but it's not something that you want to see with the bases loaded. Hicks working from the line. The 2-0 on the way. Swing and a miss as Landers may have chased ball 3. He's got a lot of ducks in the pond, wants to knock him in. 2-1.
From where we're sitting, that looked like it would have been called ball 3 outside. But we haven't seen what the strike zone is really with as well as the Raiders are swinging the bat.
Hunter Hicks comes set. The 2-1 on the way. Bunted, foul down the third baseline. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Hicks fortunate on that one because that was way up high. Landis chased it up above his head and fouled it. He was fortunate it went foul instead of popped up high or something.
Looks like they had the squeeze play on there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 3 on, 5 in. Nobody out. 5-0. You went to physical therapy scoreboard. Riverton on top. Hicks comes set and called. Strike 3 on the inside corner of the off-speed pitch. Landers is caught looking, and that is a huge out number 1 if the Outlaws want to prevent any further damage. But unfortunately, we're back to the top of the order, and Andrew Von Rijn, who led off with a walk, came around to score the first run of the game. Hicks deals, misses with a fastball upstairs, 1-0.
Hicks came in last night against Rock Springs, pitched a real solid 3 innings, gave up a couple of runs against a Rock Springs team that's just really, they're seeing the ball well lately, and I thought Hicks did a nice job last night.
The 1-0, and this one is skied a mile high into very, very deep short, and the call on the catch made by Braden McDonald, 2 away. So Hicks here in relief has come in and done a marvelous job so far as the bases remain loaded, and now 2 men down. That'll bring up the opposing pitcher, Stephen Rennig, who singled and came around to score the second run of the game. From the wind, Hicks deals. Fastball at the knees on the inside corner, 0-1.
That was a great play by McDonald. He was playing real inside. I mean, he was on the infield grass, had to back up. The wind carried it just a little bit toward right field, and he made the catch.
The 0-1. This one is a bouncing ball knocked down by the second baseman. The throw not in time. Will be an infield hit. Great play by Berta Herford. The throw home, and we are going to get coming around and trying to score Bailey Myers, and that will end the inning. So give an RBI infield single to Rennig. Scoring the sixth run is Paulson, and thrown out coming in and trying to score the seventh run. Score that one 6-2 is the catcher cut down, or center fielder Bailey Myers at the plate. So through one half of an inning from Rock Springs, Wyoming, the score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, Riverton 6 and Evanston coming to bat. This is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws Baseball and KNY and the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Top of the first has gone by. Adam Jackson here as we're live in Rock Springs, and Evanston trailing 6-0 right now. Unfortunately, not the start that the Outlaws wanted already. Their starter has been chased from this game, but Ryan and Adam, what you have to do is you can't get all the runs back in one frame. You got to chip back and get back into this game, and hopefully they can do that to keep their state hopes on the line alive.
Right. If the Outlaws try to get it back all in one inning, they're going to end up a lot of pop-ups and some strikeouts. They got to get 1-2 here and there and then play good defense and do a better job when the Raiders are at the plate.
Adam Jackson, Ryan, you're exactly right, as the Outlaws now need to do what Rock Springs did to Laramie earlier in this tournament when Laramie jumped on, or Green River, I believe it was. Am I getting my team?
No, I think you're right at first.
Rock Springs.
Maybe Torrington? I'm not sure what you're referring to
be honest. It was the first Laramie game where they jumped off to a 6-1 lead and then lost 9-6. Or maybe the second Laramie game.
That was, Laramie, Green River.
Green River
came back.
But Green River took the approach that Adam laid forth, and that's exactly what Evanston's got to do. You can't hit a 6-run homer no matter how hard you try.
Working together, we can work it out.
That's right.
How's that song go?
Maybe it was Rock River or Green Springs. I'm not sure.
That's right.
We are in Rock Springs, and we are unfortunately in the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard down by a half dozen. 6-0 Riverton as Tucker Leland stands in. Stephen Rennig from the wind. Fastball with some serious velocity, but misses well outside, 1-0.
Rennig, 9 strikeouts in that game on May 28th, June 28th rather, in a win over the Outlaws, 11-5.
Rennig, the 1-0. This one again outside, much lower in the dirt, 2-0. Riverton in gray, trimmed in gold, the gold numerals. The Outlaws all in white, trimmed in blue.
Both those first two pitches, Rennig, it looked like he's just trying to work a little too hard. We'll see if he can settle down.
Leland awaits the 2-0 swing and a miss and a fastball right down the middle. 2 balls and a strike.
He did on that pitch and just, relax a little bit through what he can throw.
Leland digs back in. Rennig into the line, the 2-1 on the way. Catches the outside corner at the belt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Leland last night, a few strikeouts. He did get a couple of singles in that game, but 3 strikeouts against Nick Bloom.
Rennig looks in. Big righty into the line, the 2-2 on the way. Way upstairs, and the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Back in June, Tucker Leland, 3 for 7, 3 runs scored, and an RBI in that doubleheader, those 2 games combined at Riverton.
Tucker Leland looking to get things going here. Bottom half of inning number 1, the 3-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Leland is out number 1.
6-0 on the Winter Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll see the Outlaws, they're going to get outs here and there, and the test will be if they get down on themselves or if they can keep that motivation up and just chip away and try to get back into it.
Berta Herford, second baseman, will stand in. And into the wind goes Stephen Rennick. Fastball misses upstairs 1-0, and I think I called that play to end the last half inning 6-2. I believe that should have been 4-2 as Herford firing home to retire the runner looking to score the 7th run. Rennick into the wind. The 1-0 is going to be popped into very short center field and in, outstretching with the dive.
Wow.
Making the catch, Bailey Myers with kind of a Barnum and Bailey circus catch out there for Mr. Myers, 2 men down.
Great catch by Myers out there. He had to come a long way. The hat went flying as he hustled over to make that play, get in position, and then laid out to make the catch at the last minute.
Austin Housekeeper, the right fielder, began on the mound and really struggled today. Swings and misses at a ball low and away, 0-1.
Challenge for Housekeeper here is going to be he's going to be feeling some discouragement from the way he came out throwing, and if he can overcome that and just turn it around at the plate and defensively in right field.
You're right. A lot of baseball left to be played. The 0-1 going the opposite way. Housekeeper lines one over the head of the right fielder. Housekeeper takes the turn at first. He'll head for second, and he is in there with a stand-up 2-out double as the right fielder Ryan Axthelm came in just a little bit too far, and had he had maybe another half inch on his frame, could have made that play. But that'll go as a 2-out double for Austin Housekeeper.
Housekeeper rounded the corner at first. He saw that he had a chance for second. He really turned on the Jets to get there. The throw was off target, but he would have made it anyways, I think.
Big RBI opportunity here for Will Kishbaugh, the skipper's son. 6-0 Riverton on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of 1, 2 outs.
Kishbaugh, the team leader with 23 RBIs this season before the tournament started.
And painting the corner with the fastball on the inside part of the plate. Rennig ahead now in the count 0-1 on Will Kishbaugh. Rennig will again work from the stretch. Takes his time looking in. Looks back at second. And the 0-1 on the way. Off-speed pitch foul back this way. And Will is in the hole, Ryan, 0-2.
Just out of reach, the outstretched hand of A.P. Harold trying to make the catch there. Here in foul territory and out of play, I guess, from the field. Kishbaugh 4 for 4 in the first game against Riverton back in June, but 0 for 4 in the second game against Stephen Rennick.
The 0-2 from Rennig on the way, going the opposite way and drilling it into the gap in right center field. That'll play to run. Kishbaugh hustling around first, and he will coast into second with a 2-out RBI double. So back-to-back doubles from our 3 and 4 men have the Outlaws on the board. 6-1 Riverton now on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard. Give the ribby to Big Will.
Both those doubles for the Outlaws, Housekeeper and Kishbaugh, going with the pitch, hitting it into right field, just doing a nice piece of hitting, not trying to force anything, just getting the hit they can.
Hunter Hicks began at third, is now pitching for Evanston, stands in, and he looks at a fastball up and away, 1-0. Left-handed hitter is number 18, the number 5 batter, Hunter Hicks.
Outlaws doing exactly what they need to do to answer that 6-run first inning for Riverton. As Adam Jackson, our cameraman, mentioned, they're not going to get a 6-run home run. You said that. They're chipping away, trying to work at it, and doing what they can with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
Baylor Beers, the savvy senior catcher. The backstop goes out and has a chat with Rennick, try to calm him down after consecutive 2-out doubles for Evanston. The 1-0 on the way to Hicks misses low, 2-0.
Baylor Beers, the backstop there for Riverton, all district first team last year, I believe second team all state last year.
The 2-0 from Rennig to Hicks, right down Interstate 80, 2-1.
Wind picking up just a little bit here in Rock Springs. Still nothing like we had last night. Gusts 35, 40 miles an hour, but coming straight across the infield. Out toward right field right now, maybe 10, 12 miles an hour.
Rennick steps off after Kishpa dancing around a little too much out there at second base. But if you're Rennick, you just want to focus on the man at the dish. You got a 5-run lead, 2 outs. Pitch on the way to Hicks. Catches the outside part of the plate with a fastball. Count evens 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 on, 1 in. 5-run lead for Riverton, 6-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Great looking pitch there from Rennick. Caught the outside corner with 1 strike. Not a lot of batters are going to swing at that one.
Rennick looks back at Kishpaw. Again, he looks back. The 2-2 to Hicks. High and outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes on deck. The left fielder, Robbie Nowicki.
Hunter Hicks has been hitting well here at this tournament. 4 for 9. He came into the tournament hitting right around 362, and he's still right around that number.
Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will retire this side. For the Outlaws, though, 1 run on 2 hits, no Riverton errors. There was a man left. We've played 1 complete from Rock Springs on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Riverton 6, Evanston 1. We are back in a moment on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
Big O Tires welcomes you.
Big O Tires, we go the extra mile. Revving up the service to make you smile. We're in the business of customer pleasing. All the right service for all the right reasons.
Oil changes, fluid checks, healthy wipers, and the best tires. Big O Tires.
'Cause the extra miles, the way we go, we got you covered at Big O.
607 West Cheyenne Drive, Evanston. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Back at Rock Springs, Adam Jackson here. The bad news is the Outlaws trail 6-1. The good news, they didn't get their first run yesterday until the 8th inning. They were able to get a run across in that first inning thanks to Kishpaw's RBI double. So hopefully they can continue to get back into this game, and it's going to rely a lot on the arm of Hicks, of course. They had to take out Housekeeper in that first inning. We'll see what the middle relief is for Hicks as I send it over to Ryan and AP.
Well, thank you, Adam Jackson. The Outlaws here in the top of the 2nd inning with Hunter Hicks on the mound. He came in relief in the first. And leading off with a dribbler toward second base is Ryan Axthelm. Hereford charges the throw to first just in time, and 1 down in the top of the 2nd.
And that's the way you want to start off an inning, especially after you scratch back and put something on the board, just a single run, as you try to fight back from what was a 6 and now just a 5-run deficit on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Riverton Raiders, Andrew Von Ryan, the leadoff hitter, walked in that first inning, and then 5 straight base hits, or was it 6 in a row? 6 straight base hits from the next 6 batters. A 6-1 lead here. Now a long line drive by Baylor Beers into deep left center field. 1 hop to the fence. He just about cranked one in the first inning. He rounds first. Stand-up double for Baylor Beers. He's 2 for 2. Couple of doubles, an RBI, and a run scored already.
Beers is showing you why he upped his game from all district last year, Ryan, to all state this year. The kid can flat out hit the baseball. Built like a Mack truck, perfect body frame for a catcher. And Beers is bashing early in this contest.
His dad will be the first to tell you he's not going to beat many people in a foot race, but when you hit the ball like that, you don't need to. Hunter Hicks, curveball breaks in there, strike 1 against Ridge McCoy, the lefty. McCoy a single and a run scored in the first. Hicks glances back at Beers there on second, winds up, misses outside with the delivery. Ball 1.
You hit the ball much harder than Beers has been hitting it. You just jog around the base path.
That's exactly right. Hicks, the 1-1. McCoy takes it. Strike 2. Good-looking pitch from Hicks there, AP.
Absolutely. Hicks has done a good job of coming in unexpectedly in the top half of inning number 1. He's really settled in.
Here's the 1-2. McCoy, long hit into center field. Leland playing deep, makes the catch. Beer's going to try and tag. Here's the throw coming in. Leland tries to go all the way to third with the throw. It comes in short and not. That's where you got to use the cutoff man as Beers tags and makes it to third, makes it over to third.
And you saw there that Beers slide. He got that big frame and came up about 88.5 feet on the slide and had to keep doing the old Fred Flintstone earth move there with his hands to get the extra 1.5 foot, but good hustle there from the big guy. He gets a third with 2 men down.
The earth moved. The third base is now a foot in to the infield.
What's that song? I feel the earth move under my feet, and I'm sure the third baseman for Evanston, now Alex Richens, indeed felt that.
TJ Paulson at the plate now takes strike 1 from Hicks. Here's the 0-1. Nasty breaking ball coming inside, drops back over the inside corner. Strike 2.
That had Paulson bailing out.
So an 0-2 count with 2 down, runner on third. Hicks winds up. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Hicks a very solid second inning. Paulson struck out swinging. And on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard, no runs in this top of the second for the Riverton Raiders, but they still lead 6-1 on that UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. After no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on. Bottom of the second coming up, the Outlaws will be at hitters 6, 7, 8. Robbie Nowicki, Braden McDonald, and Alex Richens when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Evanston trailing 6-1 as we come back in the bottom of the second inning, but it seems like some momentum has sort of shifted toward the Outlaw side as they're able to get a run across in the bottom of the first. A pretty quick inning in the top half as Hicks comes in to do some relief for Housekeeper, and they might have something able to get going as they continue to try and chip away. And as they try and do that, I'll send it back over to AP and Ryan.
So momentum shifted a little bit when the Outlaws got those 2 doubles in a row, Austin Housekeeper and then Will Kishpaw, the double to score Housekeeper, and then a real solid top of the inning, just as Adam Jackson mentioned, for Hunter Hicks.
You've got to credit Austin Housekeeper, Ryan. You mentioned he started off and really struggled. No two ways about it on the mound. First 2 of his teammates retired. He gets up there, doesn't look good on the initial swing, looks like he's frustrated. I'm thinking, oh no, maybe he's just lost his cool and is going to strike out. Instead, he regains his composure, laces a 2-out double. His teammate and cleanup man Will Kishpaw picks him up with the RBI double. Then you have the 4 at bat second there for the relief pitcher Hunter Hicks. So you're right, the momentum has shifted a little bit. Still a big advantage for Riverton. Let's not kid anybody. 5 runs in the physical therapy scoreboard, but still 8 more hacks at it at the dish for Evanston. And here with the play-by-play as we move to the bottom half of inning number 2, Ryan Steinecker.
Robbie Nowicki will lead off for the Outlaws. Nowicki in this tournament 2 for 7. He's hitting .288 overall this year. He went 2 for 7 with 2 runs and 3 RBIs against Riverton back in June when these teams played there in Raider country. First pitch, Nowicki loops it to shallow second baseman going back. He loses his balance as he tries to make the catch. TJ Paulson drops the ball, and Nowicki on first.
I've got to give that a boot, even though it was a tough play and he's backpedaling. It's an infield pop, hits him in the glove, and he drops it. I'm sure that TJ would tell you he should have made that play. But the bottom line is it's a base runner for Evanston, and 3 of the 4 guys that have put in play for the Outlaws have reached base.
You said it last night a couple of times. You put the ball in play, and maybe the defense makes a mistake. The Outlaws a runner on with nobody out. using that strategy. Braden McDonald now to the plate. McDonald, 271 hitter this season. First pitch, jumps on it and fouls it up high and over the first base dugout, out of play.
McDonald is a gamer. He was out for the first game of this tournament. Came back yesterday, and his compadre Ian Fisher injured late yesterday. He's out today.
The fact that McDonald was able to come back and play even more important because of the injury to Fisher. Second pitch for McDonald. The 0-1 comes high and away. Ball 1 from Stephen Rennick. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outlaws trail 6-1 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Nowicki on first, reached on the error. Short lead over there, just a couple of steps. McDonald waits. Here's the 1-1. Misses outside and down low. Ball 2. Out in right field, Ryan Axthelm playing, actually all 3 outfielders playing fairly shallow for Riverton. McDonald steps back in. Rennick glances to first. Short lead for Nowicki. Here's the 2-1. Down low. Misses. Ball 3. So now 3 balls and a strike for Braden McDonald with no outs in the bottom of the second inning. Outlaws trail by 5 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Rennig winds up the 3-1 outside corner. Good looking pitch there.
Absolutely. Nice recovery there by Rennick to run the count full. We'll see if Coach Kishball wants to be a riverboat gambler and send Nowicki. I think he's not going to.
Nowicki, again the short lead. Here's the payoff pitch way up high and inside for McDonald, who will take his base. And we have runners on first and second with no outs in the bottom of the second inning.
Ryan, you'll remember in our win over Rollins on Thursday, one of the key at-bats early was a sacrifice bunt. I'd like to see us think about that. Lay one down here, get runners second and third.
Alex Richens to the plate. Number 8 hitter for the Evanston Outlaws here in this ball game. Third baseman. First pitch from Rennick, high and inside. Now Richens, throughout the season, a .327 hitter, but 0 for 5 at this tournament. I know he's spent a lot of time back at home in the batting cages the last couple of days. Richens loops one into right field. Axthelm goes back, then comes back forward. Throw into first base. Not quite in time as McDonald was a little too far off the bag there, and the catch made one down.
Nice alert play by Axthelm after making that catch to fire back and try to get a potentially sleeping McDonald, but Braden hustles back, and now runners still at first and second. One man down to the bottom of the order, and Alex Housekeeper, catcher.
Richens fairly good contact there, just unfortunately all straight at Axthelm in right field. Brings Alex Housekeeper to the plate, just 2 at-bats in the entire season prior to this tournament, and he's gone 2 for 3 against Rollins on Thursday. Did not bat yesterday against Rock Springs. He jumps on the first one, slow grounder to second. McDonald jumps over it, runners advance. Housekeeper thrown out at first, 2 down, but runners on second and third with the top of the lineup now.
Both runners advance on the fielder's choice, and this is one of those huge plate appearances, huge at-bats early in a baseball game. 2-minute scoring position, you're down 5, bottom half of the second inning. Your leadoff man is a good contact guy, even though he struck out in the first, Tucker Leland. A base knock here, and suddenly you've cut what was once a 6-run lead to 3, if, which is a very short word with a big meaning, you can get that base knock.
Tucker Leland, a .330 hitter on the season, 3 for 9 at this tournament the last couple of days, but 0 for 1 in this game with the strikeout, as AP mentioned. First pitch for Leland, swings and just gets a piece of it, but fouls it straight down and foul. No balls, 1 strike with 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning, Outlaws trailing 6-1 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Runners on first, second and third rather, just second and third. And Tucker Leland at the plate. In tight in the batter's box, real close to the plate, kind of hugging that dish. Rennig glances at the runner at second. Now the pitch, and Tucker Leland, a line drive back up the middle. That will score Nowicki. McDonald coming in. The throw comes to Beers. It's short. They're going to try to get Leland at second, but Leland slides in safe just in front of the tag, and Tucker Leland with a 2-run, call it a single, moves over to second on the throw home.
fantastic at bat there by your leadoff man, Tucker Leland. He lines one straight up the middle, plating two. The aggressive base running slides in just under the tag from the shortstop, Von Ryan. And now, indeed, that 6-run deficit has been halved. 6-3, Riverton, you into physical therapy scoreboard.
How big is that error to allow Robbie Nowicki to reach base, and then the walk for Braden McDonald? Swing and a miss, Austin Hereford, strike one from Rennick. Hereford steps back in, popped out to center field in the first inning. Here's the 0-1. Chases that one way outside and down low. That's a nasty pitch from Rennick.
Yeah, Berta went fishing, and the pond was dry there as Rennick made him look silly. But you get 3 strikes in baseball, and he's got 1 more to work with.
No balls, 2 strikes. Rennick looks back to Tucker on second. Tucker trying to make some noise. Sharply hit ground ball by Hereford. Nice backhanded play by T.J. Paulson at second off the high hop. Boy, handed to Paulson. He made a great play on that throw to first, and that's the end of the second inning. Outlaws able to chip away just a little bit more. Running the first, 2 here in the bottom of the second. It's 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head for the top of 3. Batters 7, 8, 9 coming up for the Riverton Raiders when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, Evanston, Wyoming. And you can watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
Looks like we've got a pretty good game here. 6-3 now the score. All 3 runs for Evanston coming on 2 out RBIs. First from Will Kishpaw on the first, and then, of course, Tucker Leland
and now, Kay Rossiter
in the second. And the Outlaws hanging in as we start the top of the third, trailing 6-3. And over to your play-by-play, with Ryan Steinecker.
Thank you, Adam Jackson. Bailey Myers will lead off here in the top of the third inning. He had an RBI single in the first, and I'll give it to you, AP Harold, for the play-by-play here in the third inning.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And how important now is it for the Outlaws after scratching back, making it 6-1 and now 6-3 after 2 complete? You get to the bottom third of the Riverton order, and a 1-2-3 inning very much in order for Evanston. Of course, the Raiders certainly have other ideas. Bailey Myers, who singled and was cut down at the plate trying to score the 7th run of the first inning. He's 1 for 1, digs in. Hicks is going to see Myers line this one just past the outstretched glove of his second baseman, Berta Hereford, and into extremely short right center field for a leadoff single.
8 hits in the ball game now for the Riverton Raiders, and we're early on still. Third inning, we'll go 9 innings here today. Outlaws trail 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, but if they want to continue to chip away and get back into this one, I think you said it, is that get these 3 in the bottom end of the order.
And make Locker put himself on board as he walked in that 6-run first. Pitch on the way is upstairs, 1-0. As Hicks now working from the stretch. Bailey Myers, the center fielder, with an average lead over at first. The 1-0 on the way, off-speed pitch misses inside, 2-0. And again, I think if you're Hicks, you might not have a dynamite dynamic fastball, but you got to come after Locker, the number 8 man. You don't want to set the table and then flip it back to the top of the order here pretty soon. And the Bash boys getting back up there. The 2-0 on the way. This one is chopped past the third baseman into left field for a base hit. Bailey Myers will stop at second. And Riverton right back at it after a quiet second inning. They have the first 2 runners reach on singles here in the third. That'll bring up the number 9 man, Tyler Landers, who looked at a cold strike 3.
Richard's playing in tight, real tight there at third base, and that was a real slow grounder, but because of how tight he was playing in, that allowed that ball to get into left field for the single.
I would expect Landers to be squaring around to bunt, and I am incorrect. He's going to sky this one instead to center field, and the catch is made. Tagging
goodness.
The throw. We're going to have a double play. Safe. We missed the tag, says the plate umpire covering at third. A great throw in left center field from Tucker Leland. It had plenty on it, and it was just slightly off target. Our third baseman, Alex Richens, tried to apply the swipe tag and evidently missed, and so now both runners advance there on the flyout by Tyler Landers.
With good reason. Coach Judd Kishpaw out talking to the umpire right now, but I'll tell you, Tucker Leland played that perfectly. He set himself up so that he could come forward to make that catch and be on the move as he made that catch to then make the throw into third base. He made a pretty good throw, just couldn't quite get the tag in there, and that runners advance to second and third with 1 down in the top of the order coming up now.
And that certainly is a huge flip one way or another. Either you're going to have what you have right now, 1 out, top of the order runners second and third, or 2 outs, top of the order runner only at second. But it is the former rather than the latter. And Andrew Von Ryan, who is 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored, stands in and looks at one low and away in the dirt. The throw down to third. Fortunately, after skipping past the third baseman, hits off the runner at third base. Bailey Myers, a big break, Ryan, for the Outlaws.
Bailey Myers, not that he had any control, but he just did the Outlaws a favor to stop that baseball from going into left field.
That would have plated Myers and certainly would have moved Locker over to the third. Pitch on the way, catches the outside corner. Count evens at a ball and a strike to the leadoff man, Andrew Von Ryan. Walk scored the first, popped to short also in the first.
We'll take that called strike. It looked way outside from here.
This one is going to be laced into center field, but hustling in to make the play, perfectly positioned, is Tucker Leland, and neither runner attempting to advance. That is out number 2 on the liner to center. And now, with runners still in scoring position at second and third, Hicks has a chance to get out of trouble here in the third, but will have to retire a man who has gone 2 for 2. The opposing pitcher, Stephen Rennig, who looks at a curve in the inside corner, 0-1.
Once again on that last play, very well played by Tucker Leland in center field, coming in on the run, in great position to make a throw had he needed to.
The 0-1, this one is going to be skied into very, very short right field. Back, the second baseman, Herford with the catch, and that will retire the side. So Rennig pops out for the Outlaws in the top half of inning number 3. No runs, 2 hits, no Evanston errors, and 2 big, fat Raiders left on base. We're through 2.5 from Rock Springs on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Outlaws trail at 6-3. This is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws baseball at KNY and the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
6-3 still your score as we come back in the bottom of the third. Evanston trailing Riverton. But again, the momentum still seems to be on the side of the Outlaws, getting out of a big jam in that top half of the inning. Hunter Hicks leaves runners on second and third, and that's big to keep this just a 3-run lead. And with that, send it over to Ryan and AP.
That was a big moment there. Those last two batters coming up with runners on second and third. Hicks does the job. The line out to center. The pop out to shallow right field. The catch made by second baseman Austin Herford. If a run or two scores there for Riverton, that makes it so much tougher for the Outlaws.
Ryan, when Coach Kishbaugh came out to play Captain Hook and take Austin Housekeeper out of the game, when I believe it was at that point
6-0.
6
was it?
At least 5, if not 6-0 on the physical therapy scoreboard. Things looked ugly. 5-0 at that point for Evanston. And if you would have told me that heading into the bottom of the third, it would be 6-3. We'd just gotten out of jam and got our 3, 4, 5 guys coming up. I would have said, I'll take it all the way to the bank. And that's what we got. Austin Housekeeper, who doubled and scored in the first, stands in. Looks at a fastball right down the pipe, 0-1 from the hard-throwing Stephen Riddick.
Housekeeper really bounced back. He could have been so discouraged from that, the way he came out pitched, bounced back, got that double in the first inning.
And that one is going to graze the backside of Mr. Housekeeper, the old HBP hit by pitch. And that's a nice start for Evanston, getting the leadoff man on here in the third. And that'll bring up Skip's son, the cleanup man, playing first today, Will Kishbaugh, who had an RBI double with 2 outs back in the first.
Kishbaugh and Ian Fisher, the team leaders in batting average this season, up in the high 380s. And Kishbaugh 1 for 1 in this game with that RBI double in the first.
Big Will stands in. Austin Housekeeper with a modest lead over at first. Pitch on the way, low and in the dirt, 1-0. Nice stop by Big Baylor Beers.
6 runs in the top of the first for Riverton. The Outlaws have held them scoreless in the second and third, and the Outlaws have answered in the bottom of the first, bottom of the second. We'll see if they can answer here and chip away at that lead a little more.
Kishbaugh digs back in. Rinnick looks over at Housekeeper. The 1-0 on the way. This one again in the dirt, gets past Beers, but not far enough for Housekeeper to attempt to advance. Count now 2-0, and it's a hitter's count for our cleanup man, Will Kishbaugh.
Beers, we've given him a little bit of a hard time for his lack of speed today, but behind the plate, he's got some real quickness and good agility, able to use his body, use his athleticism to block a lot of balls that could easily get by him and keep runners where they are.
The 2-0 on the way. This one low. The runner goes. The throw not going to be in time, and with the steal, the swiping of second, Austin Housekeeper. He's in scoring position, nobody out. Bottom of 3, 6-3. Evanston trails it on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 3-0 the count now on Will Kishbaugh. So, Ryan, he can lock in and look for a fastball in his sweet spot.
He's one batter that Judd Kishbaugh might give the green light to swing on a 3-0 pitch.
Rinnick deals, and this one is right down the middle. 3-1.
Kishbaugh, I think, did have the green light, but just maybe thought it was a little too high, didn't like something about it, let it go by for strike 1.
Rinnick looks back at second. The 3-1 on the way. Swing and a miss as Kishbaugh chased one a little bit up and away. Full count now on the Outlaws cleanup man, Skip's son, number 24, the first baseman, Will Kishbaugh. Outlaws all in white, trimmed in blue, gray trimmed in gold for Riverton. 3-2 on the way. This one is skied into short right field. Axthelm is underneath it, makes the catch. No advance by Housekeeper. One away, and a nice recovery there by Rinnick after falling behind 3-0 to the Outlaws cleanup man.
Yeah, definitely. He found the high end of the strike zone for strikes 1 and 2, and then got Kishbaugh to pop out to right field. You can't ask for more than that from your pitcher.
One of the things you've got to do to enact the JAXA plan, which is just to scrape back into a game when you're down 6-0, is take advantage of every little opportunity you have to at least get one run. Got a man to second with nobody out. He's still there with 1 out. Hunter Hicks stands in. And the pitcher will look to help himself, goes the opposite way, skies this one into moderate left field. The catch, though, made by Austin Locker. And now Housekeeper is still Ryan at second with 2 men down.
That hit was deep enough. Had it been to right field, Housekeeper might have had a chance to tag and try to make it to third, but being in left field, no chance there. He wisely just stays on second.
No doubt about it. I've spent many a game in left field with my weak arm, and that's where you try to hide your weak arms. I'm sure that Locker's got a better arm than I ever had. Nowicki stands in with 2 outs, and he's going to pop this one back, and the catcher, Beers, makes the call and the catch to retire the side. So what began auspiciously for the Outlaws ends with 3 consecutive pop-ups, and through 3, it's 6-3 Riverton on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And this is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on KNY and the Big Dog and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Top of the 4th inning, Outlaws still trailing 6-3, and kind of a similar 3rd inning. We saw both teams strand a couple of runners. What's important, though, Hunter Hicks needs to come out here and try and get a 1-2-3 inning and keep this momentum, hopefully, with Evanston as they try and claw their way back in. And now I send it over to Ryan and AP.
Thank you, Adam Jackson. On the mound, of course, Hunter Hicks, and leading off here in the top of the 4th inning, Ryan Axthelm. He takes strike 1 from Hicks on that first pitch. Axthelm, right-handed hitter. He's 1 for 2 in this one. RBI double in the first, grounded out to second in the second. And here he shoots one into left field, deep back to the fence. One hop to that left field fence over the head of Robbie Nowicki, who goes back, throws it into McDonald in a stand-up double. Axthelm's second two-baser of the day.
And how appropriate for a Riverton Raider to hit a one-hop double off, looks like a Skeletor cowboy on that sign out there in left field. And a nice way for the Raiders to get things going here in the visitors' half of the 4th, and big Baylor Beers. Ryan digs in.
Raiders now with 10 hits in the ball game, the 6 runs, and a 6-3 lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Baylor Beers takes strike 1 from Hicks. Beers 2 for 2, couple of doubles. One of those was close to clearing the center field fence.
And I like Hicks having the confidence to start the big guy off with an off-speed pitch.
Here's the 0-1 from Hicks, down in the dirt, ball 1.
You know that Beers, certainly at this level, can time anybody's fastball and hit it a long ways. So if you're going to nibble, especially with the first base open, this is the place to do it.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Hicks. Right, the line drive to Richens. He makes the catch, throw to second. Herford is there, double play for the Outlaws.
Beautiful job there defensively by the Outlaws. Not only Richens spearing that line drive, but understanding that Herford had to attack second base, and it had to be a timing play, a lot like in football. He had to throw it to where Herford was going to be, and Herford understood that between their visual connection and the double play enacted. Beautiful defense.
Brings Ridge McCoy to the plate with 2 outs and nobody on, and he takes strike 1 on the outside corner from Hicks. That's a tough footwork right there for Herford to make that catch and then get the foot on the bag, and he did that very well. Here's the 0-1 from Hicks. Swing and a miss. Big cut there by McCoy. And he couldn't get there on the pitch on the outside corner.
The old saying in baseball is momentum is just tomorrow's starting pitcher, but momentum can also be a nifty double play.
0-2 here, and Hicks misses way outside. So a double to start the inning by Ryan Axthelm, and then Baylor Beers lines into a double play. And now Ridge McCoy with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Pitch misses outside again as Hicks trying to get that outside corner or get Ridge McCoy to chase one.
Yeah, lost in all that is how hard Beers hit that ball. He absolutely crushed it.
Fortunately for the Outlaws, he crushed it right at Alex Richens on third base. Now McCoy grounder to short. McDonald charges, scoops, throws. Good stretch by Will Kishpaw, and that's out number 3. So a good 1-2-3 for the Outlaws, including that double play, the 5-4 double play. And no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on in the top of the 4th inning. Heading for the bottom of the 4th. Outlaws trail 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Will be hitters 7, 8, 9 when we come back on this Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM. You can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
Big O Tires welcomes you.
Big O Tires, we go the extra mile. Revving up the service to make you smile. We're in the business of customer pleasing. All the right service for all the right reasons.
Oil changes, fluid checks, healthy wipers, and the best tires. Big O Tires.
'Cause the extra miles, the way we go, we got you covered at Big O.
607 West Cheyenne Drive, Evanston.
Welcome back to Rock Springs as we push on bottom of the 4th, still 6-3. Evanston still within distance and giving themselves a chance. And again, Ryan and Adam, I really have to talk about Hunter Hicks. He came in that first inning. You know, Housekeeper didn't have the game that he wanted to have, but Hicks comes in. They're down 6-0 or 5-0. He gives up 1 run, but since then he's kept zeros up on the board.
He's given up a few base hits. A double in the second, couple of singles in the third, another double in the fourth, but the 0 in the scoreboard column, the score column, is what matters most there. And the Outlaws chipping away, trailing 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll see if they can chip away just a little more here in the bottom of the 4th.
And it's time again, Ryan, for that big bottom third of the order, which has played so well the last couple of days, to step up again. Braden McDowell for his second plate appearance, walked and scored back in the second.
McDonald will step up. Stephen Rennig on the mound has been pretty good. He's given up a few Outlaw hits. I've got three hits, 3 runs for Evanston. McDonald waits and takes ball 1 way up high and inside. See McDonald, see what he can do here. He's 0 for 2 at this tournament. Played just yesterday against Rock Springs, did not play against Rollins on Thursday, and he takes ball 2 down in the dirt from Rennig.
McDonald shows some nice patience, his first plate appearance, and doing so again here.
Rennig working quickly. Here's the 2-0, misses way up high. Ball 3. Now we saw in that last inning, was that against Kishpaw? He got down 3-0 in the count, and then got Kishpaw to fly out to right field. So we know he's capable of coming back from that, but he misses way outside and down in the dirt. Ball 4, 4 straight balls for Braden McDonald.
So McDonald, in 2 plate appearances, has a pair of walks, and that's a great way to start the home half of the 4th. That'll bring up Alex Richens, who flew right out to right in the second.
Richens with that fly out to right, now 0 for 6 in the 3 games of this tournament. We'll see if he can get something working. He's a 327 hitter on the season, including that 0 for 5 performance so far before today's game.
As we like to say in baseball, Ryan, he is due.
Runner on first with no outs. And the Outlaws trailing 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. McDonald a cautious lead at first. And now Richens takes ball 1 just off that inside corner from my spot. I thought that was strike 1, but again, we're off to the side. We're way back. The umpire, much better view than me.
A lot of the Riverton umpires in the stands agreed with you.
1 ball, no strikes for Richens. Rennig Winds up, and Richens hits this one back up the middle. Possible double play opportunity, but botched by the shortstop, who does at least make a little bit out of it. He scoops it up, steps on second base to get the lead runner. Richens safe at first.
Score that one 6 unassisted. Can't assume the double play. Fielder's choice for Richens. He's aboard at first, and really that was kind of a split the difference there. Should have been a double play. If you're Evanston, you're getting greedy and hoping that the boot is going to have runners at first and second. Instead, one out and runner at first. Bringing up the bottom of the order, and Alex Housekeeper, who bounces second in the second.
So Housekeeper steps in, swings and misses. Strike one from Rennig with one down. Bottom of the fourth. Again, Housekeeper had just 2 at-bats this season prior to this weekend, and he's gone 2 for 3. Make it 2 for 4 after that second inning fielder's choice that he grounded into. Takes ball one way outside and down low from Rennig.
Looking at Rennig's body language, he's a little frustrated out there, and if you've got the number 9 man and you've got the kind of fastball that Rennig has, I wouldn't be nibbling in the dirt. I'd be coming right at these guys.
Rennig looks to first. Short lead over there for Richens. Here's the 1-1. There's the fastball, and Housekeeper can't quite catch up to it. Strike 2.
And you see that the 2 times that he's challenged Housekeeper in the zone, he's blowing him away. If you're a Housekeeper, you're saying, hey, throw it in the dirt. I'll lay off it.
Now Rennig. Again, the short lead for Richens at first. Wind up. Here's the 1-2. Way up high and inside over the head of Housekeeper. Past Beers to the backstop. Richens trots over to second. And now that takes away the force out at second base with 1 down. Count now 2-2.
That wild pitch with a capital W, and Housekeeper, probably like a lot of guys, wishes he was 6'4", 6'5", but glad he wasn't on that pitch, or he might have been beamed in the head.
He'll step back in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Richens a short lead at second. Rennig, the windup, the pitch, strike 3. Swing and a miss for Housekeeper. And there again, you said it 2 times in that at bat. Say it a 3rd time here, AP.
If you just come after guys who can't catch up to your fastball, you just go after them with the heater, especially at this level, you'll have a lot of success. Oftentimes, these kids, and we all do it, you watch a lot of baseball on TV at the big league level, and they're doing all kind of nibbling on the outside of the plate. But at this level, if you've got the kind of heater that Rennig has, and Housekeeper is a fine player, but unable, at least so far today, to catch up to that fastball, just come right after it.
The Riverton Raiders have a little conference at the mound. Brady Beers has come out of the dugout, have a talk with his team, and it was almost like when he initially came out, Rennig was kind of pointing to his throwing arm, his right arm, but it looks like after a short discussion, they're going to keep him on the mound and to face Tucker Leland with 2 down and runner on second.
And for the second time today, with Leland stepping in, I'll say this is a big at bat in the game. When you try to fight back from down half a dozen, they've cut it, have the Outlaws in half, but now you've got a runner in scoring position, 2 outs, top of the order, Tucker Leland.
Leland, an RBI single in the second, his last at bat, struck out in the first. First pitch from Rennig. Leland liked it, took a healthy cut, but couldn't catch up to it.
Now, last time Leland knocked in a pair with 2 outs. He has the opportunity to knock in 1 with 2 outs here in the 4th.
With that runner on second, TJ Paulson, second baseman, cheating towards second. There may be a gap down that first base side as Rennig misses just outside. Ball 1. Some Raiders fans wanted that called strike 2 on the outside corner, but it just missed. Oh, no, it was called strike 2 on the scoreboard, as I see. Here's the 0-2, and that's strike 3. Nope, strike 2. The scoreboard fooled me.
Yeah, I thought that perhaps they had that labeled incorrectly, but now we can tell you with authority, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Leland steps back in. That last one was a great pitch by Rennig on the outside, and now he gets Leland swinging, strike 3, about the same pitch, and Rennig with his 3rd strikeout of the day. Again, quiets a threat by the Evanston Outlaws with a runner in scoring position. The Outlaws can't quite take advantage. So no runs, no hits. Did we have 1 error there?
No error, just
no
a wild
errors.
pitch.
Thank you. And one runner left on base once again for the Evanston Outlaws, who trail 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, heading for the top of the 5th inning. And we'll be back with that in just a moment on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, KNYN, Evanston, Wyoming. And you can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
9 runs through the first 2 innings, 6-3 the score, but it seems like the pitchers have started to settle in for both teams, and we'll see if the Outlaws can keep Riverton off the scoreboard as we come back top 5 as I send it over to Ryan and AP.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Hunter Hicks winds and deals. The curveball catches the outside corner. TJ Paulson behind 0-1. Paulson 1 for 2. RBI single and scored in the first, struck out swinging in the second. The 0-1 on the way, low and outside. Count evens a ball and a strike.
Paulson went 2 for 4 against the Outlaws in that doubleheader back in June. Run scored and an RBI. So he's batting .500 against the Outlaws this season.
Hunter Hicks misses inside with the curve. 2 balls and a strike. Outfield straight away. About average depth, maybe a little bit shallow for the number 6 hitter, the second sacker, TJ Paulson. The 2-1 on the way. Fastball up and in. 3 balls and a strike.
Hicks got ahead initially in the count, but 3 straight balls has it at 3-1.
And this will miss inside for ball 4, and TJ will trot on down to first with the base on balls.
Few Evanston Outlaw fans in the crowd here gave a little ooh, like that might have been real close to the strike zone. I thought it was inside. Maybe caught the corner, but at least from our vantage point. But the umpire, again, the better view than we have.
Bailey Myers, the center fielder, stands in. He's had a fantastic game. 2 for 2, a pair of singles, a great catch in center, and he's going to nub this one foul over toward his dugout. 0-1, wears number 10, bats from the right side.
Bailey Myers did not play against the Outlaws when they played there at Riverton.
Hicks works from the stretch. The 0-1 curveball misses inside. Count evens a ball and a strike.
Runner on first here with no outs. Outlaws trail by 3, 6-3 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard.
1-1 the count as Hicks deals, catching the outside corner with the fastball. 1-2 now as Bailey Myers behind in the count.
That one was dropping out from, down low and outside. Must have just caught that front outside corner as it dropped out.
The 1-2 on the way, off-speed offering is skied a mile high, and the pitcher makes the call and the catch. You don't see that at the big league level, but at American Legion ball, you got to field your position out there if you're on the bump. And Bailey Myers is retired on the pop to the mound. 1 away, 1 on. Austin Locker, who is 1 for 1. Walk in the first and a single in the third, stands in. He is the left fielder.
Well played by Hunter Hicks out there. You could, if you're watching online at k-9radio.com, you saw him shield his eyes from the sun with his own glove to be able to see the ball and make the catch.
Snap throw to first, reasonably close play, but TJ Paulson back. The Beers boys working the first and third base coaching slots. The coaches here for Riverton. And this one is going to buzz the tower inside count evens, or excuse me, count now 1-0.
A little ad there for Otter Pops as one of the young fans in the stands walks right in front of our camera here at K-9radio.com.
This one is going to be chopped on 2 hops to third base, go to second for 1, on to first. Not in time. The ball gets by the first baseman, but not advancing is a Locker, who will reach on the fielder's choice, and Paulson is retired 5-4 for out number 2. And we're now down to the bottom of the order in Tyler Landers, who's 0 for 2. He struck out looking in the first and flew to center in the third. Nice play there by Richens to fire across to Berta for out number 2 as Landers Ryan goes fishing and comes up empty out here in the south central Wyoming desert.
I believe it's Tyler Landis.
Landis, excuse me.
And it was a nice play by Richens there. Again, it was a timing throw to Berta Herford at second base.
Landis will foul this one off at the dish, and the count now 0-2. So my apologies. I had him related to the Ann Landers, the Dear Abby lady for a while there. As Landis digs back in. 0-2 on the way, fouled off back to the screen. Good job of staying alive by Tyler there.
Landis saw that one maybe right on the edge of the strike zone and did everything he could just to get a piece of it and keep himself alive for at least one more pitch.
The 0-2 forthcoming. Called strike 3 on the inside corner, and for the second time, Landis is caught looking. We are halfway home. We're through 4.5, and in the Riverton 5th inning, no runs, no hits. We had one man left and no outlaw errors. And this is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on KNY and the Big Dog and online at K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at K-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at K-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning as we push on. Evanston still trailing 6-3, but again, they're still hanging in. 6 runs given up by them in the first. They were able to get 1 run back in the bottom of the first, then 2 in the bottom of the second, and since then, all zeros up on the board. Ryan, AP, hopefully they can change that as they come to the at-bats here in the bottom half of this 5th inning.
You take away that first inning and the Outlaws lead 2-0. But you can't do that, obviously. But the Outlaws continue to chip away. They haven't let that 6-run first inning get them down, and they're continuing to battle.
Absolutely. It's been very encouraging after that first half inning in which Riverton deposited a touchdown, missed the extra point, if you will. They lead it 6-3 here on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And as we head to the home half of inning number 5, Ryan, our 2-3-4 guys, Austin's Herford and Housekeeper and Will Kishbaugh, will stand in. This is another golden opportunity to get at least one more run and inch a little bit closer, put a little bit more pressure on Riverton as Berta Herford will stand in. He is 0 for 2, popped out to center in the first and bounced to second in the second. Rennick into the wind, the pitch on the way, fastball low in the dirt, almost all the way back to the screen, 1-0.
Herford batting .262 this season, but he's been one of the hotter bats at this tournament for the Outlaws, 5 for 8 prior to this game. And as you mentioned, though, 0 for 2, he may be due for a hit here.
What I like about him, even at that 0 for 2, both times he put it in play. The 1-0 on the way to Herford, low and outside, 2-0. 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Raiders, all their scoring in the first, 1 in the first, 2 in the second for Evanston. Both teams scoreless in the third and fourth. Swing and a miss for Berta, now 2-1.
Healthy cut there for Herford. Liked what he saw, just couldn't catch up to it.
Steven Rinnick looks in. Right-hander into the line, the 2-1 on the way. This one off the backside of Hereford, and he's in some pain. That drilled him in a nice, painful spot, unfortunately for Berta, but he's shaking it off. He's a tough kid. He's going to trot on down to first. That didn't feel too good, but it's a great way overall for the team, if not for him, to get things going here in the bottom of 5.
Nothing malicious there. The curveball inside just got away from Rennig a little bit, and unfortunately for Hereford, he took it in the back.
Yeah, I think it was a fastball, but it certainly wasn't malicious. I mean, this is a tournament game. It's just a 3-run lead. You look at Rennig, he's concerned over there, but Hereford's shaking it off. He took a little extra time to dance around off that first base bag. And let's see if Austin Housekeeper can chase his teammate around. Housekeeper, speaking of hitting by pitch, that's what happened to him last time. He's 1 for 1, also scored the first Outlaw run after doubling with 2 outs in the first.
On that pickoff move to first, Hereford still showing a little gingerness, getting back into the bag. He didn't do a full slide or a full dive.
Housekeeper digs in. Pitch on the way is a fastball up and away, 1-0.
Wind just picking up a little bit here in Rock Springs. Now moved, it's kind of coming out of the northwest, but still nothing serious. More of a breeze, really. Kind of keeping things cool on this hot afternoon.
And Ryan, you mentioned earlier, the outfield really shallow for a number 3 hitter. Pitch on the way, fastball low and away, 2-0, and there's a lot of room if Housekeeper can turn and yank one down the left field line. I know he's not Carl Lewis, but he'll have at least a triple.
Yeah, that left fielder, Austin Locker, really playing off the line, almost straight back behind the shortstop.
You're right, shallow and shaded way over towards center. 3-0, the fastball misses outside. And I would have to give, even though Austin's a fine hitter, the red light here. I think Rennig is shaking a little bit after hitting a couple of guys. His composure may not be at 100%. The 3-0 on the way. Fastball up and in, ball 4. And just like that, Ryan Steinekert, the tying run, comes to the plate in the form of Will Kishpaw.
I don't know if Housekeeper thought that was strike 1 or if he didn't realize he had 3 balls. He kind of waited and then said, oh, ball 4. Okay, I'll take my base.
Let's check his grades at Evanston High School in mathematics, huh? All right, Kishpaw stands in. Runners first and second, nobody out. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss as Kishpaw had visions of at least doubling home 2, if not homering home 3.
He had the idea of tying it up with that swing right there. And then you mentioned the outfield playing shallow. Right fielder playing pretty shallow there if Kishpaw could go the other way with it. Now he calls a timeout.
Is asked for and given to Will Kishpaw. You're exactly right, Ryan, that the right fielder, Ryan Axthelm, exceedingly shallow.
Kishpaw does have some power. He's hit 1 over this year, and he's hit to the fence multiple times.
Rennick works from the stretch, and he deals upstairs. Count evens a ball and a strike. 2 on. Nobody out, nobody in. Bottom half of inning number 5, 6-3, Riverton on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Kishpaw with 5 doubles, 4 triples this year, and the 1 home run leads the team in RBIs.
Rennick looks back at second, the 1-1 on the way, buzzes the tower inside, 2-1 with a fastball. And he's all over the place with his control, or lack thereof.
Hit Austin Hereford with a pitch. He's on second now, and then he walked Austin Housekeeper.
Kish stands back in and awaits the 2-1. This one bounces up there, 3-1, as Will gives the hold sign to his teammate runner at second base, Berta Hereford. 3 balls in a strike, and here comes a visit from one of the Beers boys, one of the coaches.
Rennig's body language, I mean, if I'm the coach there, just looking at Rennig's body language, I'm coming out of the dugout, and I think Coach Beers saw that as well. Rennig, whether he's frustrated with himself, how things are going, it's just he's not feeling it right now, and you can see that in the slumped shoulders, the way he's kicking the dirt and throwing his arms, just in frustration. He's having a rough time right now in his own mind, and I mean, he's walked 2 straight, a hit by a pitch and a walk.
You're exactly right. It's a well-timed visit by the younger Coach Beers as he is having a few extra words with this young pitcher who looks to still be frustrated, kicking some dirt around there. The home plate umpire has to finally break up the encouragement session, if you will, and we're now going to return to live action with the very favorable situation for Evanston. Runners first and second, nobody out. Your cleanup man is in there. Count is 3-1. Rennig, what has the coach been telling him? Throw a strike, throw a strike, throw a strike. This is an ambush opportunity here for Will Kishbaugh to jump on a heater.
Rennig winds up. Here you go.
Fouled off as he took a good hack at it. Fouled back this way, going to land on one of the other fields behind us. Now a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Kishbaugh just a little bit behind that fastball.
The pitch Kishbaugh wanted, just a little behind it, and now full count.
Rennick comes set. The payoff pitch. This one is chopped foul back toward the dugout area for the Outlaws, and the count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Outlaws trailing 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and you said it a moment ago, is a golden opportunity for Evanston with 2 runners on, no outs, and your cleanup hitter at the plate.
Another payoff pitch. Rennig deals this one low and inside, and the bases are drunk. The sacks are full. A hit by pitch and back-to-back walks have loaded them up for the pitcher who started the game at third base, Hunter Hicks. And talk about opportunity to help yourself if you're a pitcher here. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Rennig now has walked 4 and drilled 2 more, a couple more hit by pitch, getting the Outlaws a lot of base runners, and now bases loaded with no outs. Big opportunity, even bigger.
The initial offering from Rennig to the southpaw Hicks. This one is skied foul over the Outlaws dugout, now to play 0-1. On top of the Outlaws dugout, I should say.
Hicks is going to have to be, hope that he's going to be real careful here, not try to just crank one, not looking for the home run, looking for a base hit here, and just place it away from the defense.
Big hole between short and third. The 0-1 from Rennig on the way outside.
Ooh.
1 ball, 1 strike. And generally these rally opportunities, hit by pitch situation and wild pitch, pass balls, walks can set the table, but you do need that base knock to really get things going. The 1-1 on the way. This one is fouled back this way. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Nobody in. 6-3. Evanston trails it. Bottom half of the 5th on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Hunter Hicks, season .357 hitter. He's 4 of 9 prior to today's game, but 0 for 2 here today.
Rennig comes set. The 1-2 on the way. This one is skied foul again over the Outlaws dugout, and a nice battle developing here between opposing pitchers.
If you're Hunter Hicks, you stay alive like he has with those last 2 foul balls until you get a pitch that you can hit the right way.
The 1-2 on the way. Turning on one and ripping it deep into right field is Hicks. That is over the right fielder's head. 1 run will score. Here comes a second Outlaw around, and he is going to score standing up a 2 RBI double for Hunter Hicks, plating Berta Herford and Austin Housekeeper. Will Kishbaugh moves over to third, and it is now 6-5 Riverton just by a skinny run on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and still nobody out.
How much does those 3 free bases in a row to start this inning hurt now? The hit by pitch, the 2 walks, 2 of those guys score, and now the third one is on third. 2 runners in scoring position with no outs, and a 1-run ball game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
How you like them Outlaws, folks? Down 6-0 after half a frame. It's now 6-5. Second and third for Robbie Nowicki stands in. Swing and a miss as Nowicki can't catch up to the high heater outside. Nowicki 0 for 2. Did reach on an error and score in the second. Also fouled out to the catcher Baylor Beers in the third. Pitch on the way. Line drive to center field, and it's going to be a little infield dribbler that goes into the outfield. As he hit it off the end of the bat, that'll be an infield single. I thought it was going to reach center field and fly. It didn't. It just died, but it was highly effective, and that ties up the game half dozen apiece on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Give the ribby on the little dying duck out there. Soft line drive, perfectly placed in the infield. We are knotted and a half dozen on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Still nobody out. Runners on the corners.
Perfectly placed in part because the infield was playing in to try and prevent a run.
Braden McDonald stands in and set a snap throw to first. Diving back is Robbie Nowicki. We have a brand new ball game here in an elimination contest at the 2014 district tournament in Rock Springs. Riverton jumped all over Evanston in the top of 1, but it's now tied at 6. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Throw instead goes to third. The runner hustles back safely. That's Hunter Hicks and Nowicki with the easy swipe. So now runners both in scoring position, second and third. Again, nobody out. And the count, no balls and a strike to Braden McDonald. Rennick deals, misses low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. A heck of a rally here, Ryan, for the Outlaws, as Evanston is accomplishing with this half-inning frame what the Raiders did to the Outlaws in the top half of inning number 1. Pitch on the way as a fastball misses way upstairs. 2 balls and a strike.
The Outlaws, so really, they've really come through here in the bottom of the 5th. We said golden opportunity, and they've taken advantage of this situation and still opportunities to score more.
2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss as Braden comes up empty. That fastball had some movement as the bottom fell out of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Still nobody out. We've had a hit by pitch, back-to-back walks, a double, and an infield single to tie it at 6. Pitch on the way. This one is chopped in the hole and into left field for an RBI single. Stopping at third will be Nowicki. Hicks comes in to score, and Braden McDonald continues and gives the lead. The Evanston Outlaws 7-6, Ryan, on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
The Outlaws doing it with well-placed hits. Those last 2 have been base hits because the infield is playing in tight to try and prevent runs, and the Outlaws just hitting it where the defense isn't to get those base hits and score runs.
And I believe that we're going to have a change in pitching here, and it looks like Baylor Beers may be coming to the mound as he is retreating to the dugout to remove what they call the tools of ignorance. And Big Baylor may be stepping to the mound. And again, to recap this half inning so far, Mr. Steinekert, leading off, Berta Herford was beaned. That was painful, but it's proving more painful for Riverton as the floodgates have opened. A walk then to Austin Housekeeper, a walk to Will Kishbaugh, the big double for Hunter Hicks, turning on the pitch and hitting it over the right fielder Ryan Axthelm's head. The little bleeder infield soft liner single for Nowicki plated another. Then Braden McDonald singles to left sharply to plate the go-ahead run. And now Alex Richens will stand in most likely against Baylor Beers.
If you're a guy like Austin Herford that's a team player, knows what is best for the team, he'd go up there and take a pitch in the back 10 times out of 10 if he knew this is what it was going to lead to.
In fact, if we can hang on and win this game, and it's a long way from over, I think we may want to take a picture of that raspberry that's on his back and make some T-shirts for the guys as they head to Laramie, because that certainly right now is a key moment in this ball game, as it's feeling a lot better over there for Mr. Berta Herford as he is loving life along with his teammates. They have climbed right off the deck, got smacked in the face early, down 6-0, a sucker punch from the Raiders, and the Outlaws showing a lot of fight, a lot of spirit. And let's credit Coach Hoover, Coach Kishbaugh, and Coach Lloyd, leadership over there, keeping these guys focused.
You know, and it's easy for us to sit up here and say, well, this is what the Outlaws need to do. They can't panic, they got to focus, they got to chip away. The hard thing is exactly what they have done. They've done that. They didn't lose focus. They didn't get down on themselves. They took that sucker punch. They bounced right back up. A good test of character is, do you get up when you fall? They have done that, and now they're on top on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 7-6. What an effort, regardless of how this turns out. Now, obviously, you want the win, you want to qualify for state, but what an effort we've seen by the Outlaws to come back from a 6-0 deficit and now lead 7-1, 7 unanswered runs for Evanston.
You're exactly right, and how easy would it have been after being dominated by Bloom yesterday, 15 strikeouts. You lose that one 6-1. You have a tough break as the run disallowed late on the so-called Buster Posey rule call late in the 8th, and you get down 6-0. You could just phone it in. You could say, the breaks just aren't going our way. Nothing's going our way. That's not the kind of kids we have in the Evanston Red Devils or Outlaws athletic programs. These are tough, hard-nosed, gritty kids. We talked to Bubba O'Neill about one of the hallmarks of Evanston athletics is that they'll always put up a fight, and the Outlaws certainly against the Raiders have done just that. But let's not even begin to pretend that this thing is over. These Raiders have a lot of fight in them too, and as Coach Beers said in his pregame interview, Ryan, these two teams really mirror images of one another. Similar talent, similar hard-nosed kids, and that's why we're roughly halfway through and it's a one-run game.
Now we had Tyler Landis move in from third base. He'll be behind the plate. Baylor Beers, you're right on target. He's going to be on the mound, and I think Rennig moved over to third base, if I'm looking right.
Adjust our defense.
We'll have to double check on that.
And who do you have at third, you said, Mr. Steiner?
I believe that Stephen Rennig moved over to third. We'll have to double check on that.
So we got Rennig.
I know Von Ryan's still at short, and it looks like McCoy's still at first.
All right. So with Rennig moving from pitcher to third, Landis from third to catcher, and Baylor Beers from behind the plate to on top of the mound. A little three-way maneuvering there for Coach Beers. And now standing in with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th man to toe the plate here in the home half of a very productive fifth inning for Evanston will be Alex Richens, who is 0 for 2. He flew out to right in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth. So he'd like to join the party, so to speak, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. Richens has been a very solid hitter all season long. He generally puts the ball in play very well, if not gets the base hit. And but he has struggled a little bit here at this tournament. We'll see if he can turn things around.
Two schools of thought with a new guy in there. One is, jump on that first pitch, or the other one is, see what his control is like. And big, powerful Baylor Beers steps off and looks the runner, McDonald, back to first. McDonald on first, and over at third, Nowicki. Still, absolutely, positively nobody out. Beers will work from the stretch, and he deals way up and inside as Alex Richens shows that he's also a member of the Evanston Outlaws gymnastics team, getting out of the way of that pitch.
Whether Richens wanted to jump on that one or not, I don't think he would have tried.
Beers, as the runner is going to go, and they may have him picked off, but instead they're just going to let him take second, more concerned with the runner at third. And McDonald, an unorthodox swiping of second, as Beers saw it, but the Riverton Raiders afraid that had they tried to get him at second, that Nowicki may have broken for home. So runner second and third, off-speed pitch catches the inside corner, Ryan, and as the wind picks up, we're even at a ball and a strike.
Wind has shifted directions a little bit, coming a little more straight out of the north, and it has picked up. You can hear that.
Beers holds that glove right in front of his face. The 1-1 on the way. This one is bounced to the second baseman. He looks home, instead goes to first. It'll be an RBI ground out for Alex Richens. Scored 4-3, but that'll plate Nowicki, and moving over to third on a very productive bouncing ball to second base goes Braden McDonald, as he's there with still just one down. 8-6 now. 2-run lead, Ryan, for the Outlaws in the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Richens does, he doesn't get the base hit. That's not going to help his average, but it scores a run. And a good jump there at third from Nowicki, using his speed to get home and make sure there's no play at the plate.
We've talked about it all weekend. Just put it in play. Good things can happen. Pitch on the way to Alex Housekeeper, and he is late on the fastball away. Alex Housekeeper is 0 for 2, bounced to second in the second, struck out swinging an inning ago. He just needs to make some sort of contact. Even a suicide squeeze here is a possibility. Beers will have a wild pitch go back to the screen, and trotting home to score rather easily from third is Braden McDonald, and it's now 9-6 Outlaws on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and that'll work as well.
What a fifth inning here for the Outlaws in the bottom of this fifth, the home half. 6 runs, 1 out still. The bases cleared now after that wild pitch, and Alex Housekeeper at the plate. We're going to be back to the top of the lineup after Housekeeper.
So 6 in, nobody on, 1 out, 1-1 the count to Alex Housekeeper from the line. Beers overpowers Alex Housekeeper with the fastball, and he's behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Entered this half inning down 3, and right now the Outlaws up by 3. That's what a 6th spot will do for you. From the line, Beers, the 1-2 on the way to Alex Housekeeper. That one bounces about 56.5 feet from the pitcher's mound, well short of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, as big Baylor Beers was well off his target on that offering.
Hear
wind.
that wind whipping up a little more.
The 2-2 on the way. This one low and outside, and the count run is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes as Alex Housekeeper with a full count looks to ignite another rally here and a very productive 5th for his teammates. 3-2 on the way. This one is lined and caught on a snow cone by the shortstop, Andrew Von Ryan. A nice play to glove it and then show that baseball to the umpires. And that is out number 2, lining out to short, Alex Housekeeper.
Good contact there by Housekeeper, but a better play by Andrew Von Ryan. Quick jump on that to get up and get in position to make that catch and get the out.
Tucker Leland stands in. He struck out swinging to end the 4th. He is 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI single in the 2nd. Hits here with 6 in, nobody on, 2 out. And that one will bounce up there. 1-0 to the Outlaws center fielder. 9-6 Outlaws. That's right, on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And that is 9 unanswered runs for your Uinta County entrant in this 2014 American Legion Wyoming District Tournament. Baylor Bears into the Y, and this one is fouled off up and over the Outlaws dugout. And the count, Ryan Evans at a ball and a strike.
Tucker Leland, a .330 hitter. That's right where he's at in this ball game. 1 for 3 with a couple strikeouts and a 2-run single back in the 2nd.
Leland wears those high socks as the Outlaws all in white trimmed in blue. He's got an open stance, wiggles the bat, and from the line, Big Beers deals, and this one is fouled back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And again, Ryan, that outfield is bunched and very shallow, and that's burned this club at least once in this very, very successful for Outlaw fans.
Hunter Hicks had the bases loaded and hit one over the right fielder's head for a 2-run double earlier this inning.
Beers from the wind, the 1-2, swing and a miss in the dirt. They'll have to throw him out, and they do so. So score that one 2-3, and the inning is over. But not before the Outlaws score 6 runs. They do it on 1, 2, 3 hits only.
Yep,
and
that's what I have.
There were no errors and nobody left. So 6 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base at the end of 5 complete from Rock Springs. 9-6 Evanston on your Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. This is indeed a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball on KNY and the Big Dog and online at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
What a half inning for the Evanston Outlaws as we head to the top of the 6th. 6 runs, 9 unanswered total, and it's a whole different game. 9-6, Evanston now in front. They'll take the lead as they go out defensively, and I send it over to Ryan and AP.
We talked earlier that the Outlaws would need to chip away. They chipped away in the 1st and 2nd and then blew it apart there in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch from Hunter Hicks to Andrew Von Ryan, leadoff hitter. He's down in the dirt, ball 1.
You're right, Ryan. They brought the chisel out in the 1st and 2nd, the dynamite out in the 5th.
Von Ryan 0 for 2 in this one. Walked and scored in the 1st. And here's the 1-0. That one drops in there, strike 1.
That's a pretty curveball.
Hicks has came in in the 1st inning. The Outlaws were down 5-0. One run scored while he was on the mound, but he's been very good since then. Misses down low and outside, though, for ball 2.
And if you're a Riverton fan, this is a big half inning for Raider fans as they are down 3 and have the top of their order up.
Hicks winds up, and the hit right back to him, and up the middle, hit very sharply by Vaughn Ryan. Hicks couldn't get a glove on it, and that's in a single to lead off here in the top of the 6th.
Vaughn Ryan is now 1 for 3, a walk and a run scored.
Now up, number 11.
Sharp ground ball there by Vaughn Ryan. Great contact, and he's on first.
We saw how frustrated, Ryan Rinnig was. Let's see how he does at the dish.
He is 2 for 3 so far in this one, and a couple of singles, and scored in the first. He takes ball 1 up inside. For Riverton, that's the way they want to start here to try and answer that 6-run 5th by the Outlaws. Get a runner on first with no outs. And now Rennig, a high chopper up the middle over Hunter Hicks' head. The tag made by McDonald, throw to first, not quite in time. Good heads-up play by McDonald to get that tag and the lead runner.
So that'll be 6 unassisted on the tag, and reaching on the fielder's choice, nearly a double play, is a nice continuation and fire across, but Renning hustling down, beating it out.
That brings Ryan Axthelm, right fielder number 12, to the plate. 2 for 3 in this one. A couple of doubles, an RBI double in the first and a run scored. And grounded out to second in the second. Throw down to first, as Housekeeper didn't like that big lead for Rennig, but he's back in safe. 9-6 Outlaws on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Wind up and pitch. And that one looked high from here, but it's strike 1 at the belt.
Axthelm was the kid who was doubled off on that screamer by Beers in the 4th.
1 ball, 1 strike with 1 down. And Axthelm, a high fly ball into deep left field. Nowicki going back now, comes back in and makes the catch. He's kind of hugging that line in left field and made a good play as that wind was just picked up right as Axthelm launched it into left field.
You're exactly right, Ryan. Credit Nowicki for playing the wind and the baseball, as he had to make a couple of adjustments, but then had time to camp underneath that baseball. And with 2 outs, a huge at bat here. The big, powerful bat of Baylor Beers stands in.
Beers a couple of doubles. He might have had another one if he hadn't hit it right to the Outlaws' third baseman, Alex Richens, back in the 4th inning. And that ended up being a double play. Headed for second base. Rennig's going to get there no problem, as the pitch was in the dirt, and Housekeeper just had to knock it down.
That puts Rennig into scoring position. With Beers, of course, if you're on planet Earth, you're in scoring position.
Here's the 1-0. High chopper over the head of third baseman Alex Richens into left field. Rennig rounding third. Nowicki coming up, throwing. The throw is cut off by Hunter Hicks. He knew it wasn't going to make it there in time. Rennig slides in safe, and Riverton answers with a run here in the top of the 6th. Baylor Beers, the RBI single.
Baylor Beers continues to impress. He's hit 4 balls sharply. That's probably the quote-unquote weakest hack he's had, and that was a sharp single into left field. He is now 3 for 4 by all rights, should be 4 for 4. A 2-run lead now for Evanston on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 9-7 Outlaws.
The weakest of his contact. There's a crater down that third base line where that ball first hit. Brings Riley Ridge McCoy to the plate, and he hits a sharp one to second. High hop right to Herford, who makes the easy throw to first. And that'll end the top of the 6th inning for the Riverton Raiders, but they do get a run on the scoreboard to get themselves back within 2. 9-7 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws with the lead. A single run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Bottom of the 6th coming up. The Outlaws will be near the top of the order with hitters 2, 3, 4. Herford, Housekeeper, and Kishpaw coming up when we come back on this Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM. Video is live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency. For all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles, see Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
And we're back in the bottom of the sixth as we continue to push along in this afternoon's game at Rock Springs. Evanston taking on the Riverton team, and 9-7 the score. This has exploded into what was, for the most part, a low-scoring game. And then it's a couple of big innings for both Evanston and Riverton. And it looks like, AP and Ryan, that this one is going to continue to have a lot more runs to be scored in the next couple of innings. So if you're Evanston right here, keep having good at-bats at the plate, keep swinging, and get as many runs as possible because you can never have enough runs.
Hunter Hicks, pitcher maybe number 6 or 7 in the Outlaw rotation. He's come in and done an excellent job in this ball game. But at some point, you know, the Riverton Raiders are going to start seeing a little bit better what he's throwing. They're down by 2. Outlaws with a 2-run lead, 9-7 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Austin Herford to the plate for the Outlaws, number 2 hitter in the lineup. Herford jumps on the first one, a slow ground ball, a little bit of a kind of a looping ground ball to second baseman TJ Paulson, who makes the throw to first, and we have one down.
Beers, in his first full inning here, retires the first man he sees, and Austin Housekeeper, who is a 1-for-1, 2 runs scored, a double, a walk, and also hit by a pitch, will stand in.
Housekeeper got the scoring started for the Outlaws, a 2-out double in the first, and then was doubled home by Will Kishpaw. First pitch from Beers way outside down in the dirt. That bounced out in front of the plate. 9-7 Outlaws lead on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. A 6-run 5th inning for Evanston. Put them on top. As Housekeeper waits the 1-0. Hits it down the line, third base, foul.
And again, Ryan, the outfield incredibly tightly bunched and exceedingly, in my humble opinion, shallow for the meat of this Outlaws order.
Especially shallow there in left field is Austin Locker.
Looks like he's a short fielder at an intramural softball game.
Here's the 1-1 from Beers. Again, down in the dirt. Skips up past Landis behind the plate now. Landis started at third, but with Beers moving to the mound, Landis now behind the dish. Rennig, who started the game, has moved over to third. 2 balls and a strike for Housekeeper. This is Austin Housekeeper. With 1 down, here's the pitch. Big cut, swing and a miss, strike 2.
You know, sometimes in the big leagues, you'll see that deep outfield. They call that the no doubles defense. This is really the no singles defense.
Wouldn't take much for Housekeeper to hit one over the right fielder's head. Here's a 2-2 from Beers, and a sharply hit ground ball knocked down by Landis or by Rennig at third, but he can't make the play, and Housekeeper on first.
I'd have to score that, Ryan, an infield single, as he had to range a little bit to his left, and you have big House there, a perfect afternoon with a double, a single, hit by a pitch, and a walk in 4 plate appearances.
Yeah, I'd field that or record that as a single as well. Rennig did a nice job just to get over and knock it down with the glove, keep it from going into left field. Housekeeper on first. Will Kishpaw now at the plate. 1 for 2, an RBI double in the first inning. Takes strike 1 down the pipe from Beers. Kishpaw also walked and scored in the 5th. Again, part of that 6-run 5th for the Evanston Outlaws that put them ahead on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, 9-6 at that point. Raiders answer with a run in the top of this 6th inning. Housekeeper, the short lead at first. Beers pitches inside corner. Kishpaw doesn't like it. He thought that was well inside. He almost stepped out of the batter's box before that pitch was delivered.
That was a pretty pitch, though. It had plenty of the plate.
Yeah,
nothing
definitely
to complain about.
Beers glances over to first. Kishpaw down 0-2 in the count with 1 out. Bottom of the 6th inning here. Wind up, pitch down in the dirt, ball 1.
Winner of this game goes to state. The loser goes home.
See Bo Lloyd over there warming up in the bullpen for the Evanston Outlaws. As Beers winds up the 1-2 for Kishpaw. Long line drive into deep left field. I think this may go foul. Yes. It's about 1 hop to the fence and about 10 feet foul is all. Really turned on that one.
And you saw, Ryan, that Locker had about a 70-yard sprint if that ball was fair just to make a play on that ball, as he was so shallow and bunched so far over towards center field. We'll see if that causes Riverton to re-examine their defensive posturing.
Kishpaw, if he's turning the corner at first, he's halfway to second by the time Locker gets to that ball in left field. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count remains. Beers, the delivery, and Kishpaw rips it into left field. Again, a line drive this time. A little closer in fair territory, obviously, about 20 feet off the line. And the single for Will Kishpaw.
So now runners, folks, first and second for your Evanston Outlaws. 1 man down, nobody in. 2-run lead, 9-7 for the gang from Uintah County here on the Uintah Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Hunter Hicks, who had that huge 2 RBI double an inning ago, stands in from the left side.
Hicks, 1 for 3 in this ball game. Strikeout and flew out to left field. Beers winds up the pitch, sharply hit ground ball. That's through the infield on the right side. And thinking about coming home was Housekeeper. The throw, though, in from Axthelm on target. Housekeeper wisely back to the bag at third.
Little ABC station to station to station baseball. Consecutive singles here by Austin Housekeeper, Will Kishpaw, and Hunter Hicks have loaded the bases with 1 outs. And Robbie Nowicki, who had an RBI single an inning ago, has a chance to do even more damage here, Ryan, in the bottom of inning number 6.
Nowicki also reached on an error and scored in the 2nd. Popped out to the catcher in the 3rd. Beers with the infield playing in tight, trying to prevent any more runs. Misses low, ball 1.
Interesting call here in a game which has been a slugfest of sorts. So just a 2-run game, you're pulling your infield in. We'll see if that pays off or backfires.
Beers winds up the pitch. A line drive knocked down by Rennig at third, but it's through his glove. That'll score Housekeeper. Kishpaw stays at third. And an RBI single there by Nowicki.
And it does backfire, as now the throw is a poor one, and coming in to score from third is Kishpaw, and over to third goes Hunter Hicks. And I didn't even catch who made that throw, but that's certainly an error, allowing that second run there to score.
It was the left fielder, I believe, Austin Locker.
Give him an E7.
Outlaws 2 more runs here in the bottom of the 6th inning and now lead 11-7 on the Uintah Physical Therapy scoreboard. At one point, first inning, Riverton jumped out 6-0. The Outlaws had 9 unanswered runs, and before Riverton scored 1 in the top of this inning, now Outlaws 2 more here in the bottom, and they've got still 1 down with runners on the corners. And Braden McDonald at the plate. McDonald, ground ball sharply hit to short. He's going to make the throw to first. Not sure, and maybe had a double play opportunity, but didn't take it.
He absolutely had a double play opportunity, and you can see that the first baseman, Ridge McCoy, motioning over to Von Ryan as, hey, man, there was 1 out, and there was a guy at first. We could have had a 6-4-3 there.
Instead, the run scores Hunter Hicks from third, and the Outlaws now lead 12-7 on the Uintah Physical Therapy scoreboard. Robbie Nowicki on second in scoring position. RBI there for Braden McDonald and Alex Richens. No, Devin Hicks to the plate. Wind up from Beers, and the pitch misses high, ball 1.
So Hicks is in for Richens.
Hicks steps back in. Devin Hicks this season, .242 hitter. Swings and a sharply hit ground ball. That's through the left side of the infield. That's going to go through. And now Coach Kishpaw there at third gives Nowicki the stop sign, and he'll stay at third.
Everybody getting in on the celebration here, Ryan, as the pinch hitter Devin Hicks with a sharp single in the hole. Takes back to the bottom of the order. The pinch hitter now is going to be Bo Lloyd. In for Alex, housekeeper.
5 base hits now in this bottom of the 6th for the Outlaws. And Bo Lloyd up to bat. Lloyd, a couple of bats last night. Went 0 for 2 against Rock Springs, but he's .286 hitter on the season and fairly limited action. He's gotten a lot of playing time with the Trappers and some here with the Outlaws. And he swings on the first one, pops it high, shallow infield. Rennig calls for it, comes up, makes the catch, and that'll end the inning there for the Evanston Outlaws. But not before, how many runs do we have? 3 runs there, 5 base hits, 1 Riverton error, and 2 runners left on base.
Correct.
Outlaws with a 12-7 lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head for the 7th inning on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM. You can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. Big O Tires welcomes you.
Big O Tires, we go the extra mile, revving up the service to make you smile. We're in the business of customer pleasing, all the right service for all the right reasons.
Oil changes, fluid checks, healthy wipers, and the best tires. Big O Tires.
'Cause the extra miles, the way we go, we got you covered at Big O.
607 West Cheyenne Drive, Evanston.
And we're back as we come up for the start of the top of the 7th inning as Evanston continues to pour it on in the last 2 frames. 9 total runs. The bats have really come alive. Patience at the plate, and they lead 12-7. Again, if you're just joining us, they were down 6-0 after the first frame. So hopefully they can continue to keep the offense going. In the meantime, we've got a new pitcher on the mound as I send it over to Ryan and AP.
Well, thank you, Adam Jackson. It'll be a new pitcher on the mound in Bo Lloyd and a new catcher behind the plate in Will Kishpaw. We've also got Hunter Hicks moving back to third base. Austin Housekeeper comes in to play first. Devin Hicks out there to play right field for Evanston.
There will be a quiz on that later in the inning.
That's right. Hope you wrote that down or can remember that well enough. A few, what's that, 4 moves out there? The Outlaws, though, you just love the way they've battled back into this one, and not only battled back to take the lead, but they're starting to really dominate. The bats have come alive, as Adam Jackson mentioned. They're ahead by 5 runs now. Some good padding there with Bo Lloyd coming in, and what he did last night against Rock Springs is very encouraging to see him come out here today.
Absolutely. And Bo Lloyd quickly becoming one of my favorite guys to watch on the mound with that herky-jerky motion, and he's going to miss low and away with his initial offering, but this is a young man who's got a bright future with the Outlaws. As Ryan mentioned, played a lot with the Trappers this year in a 5-run lead here in the 7th for Bo, as Paulson will spray this one foul to the right. 1 ball, 1 strike. TJ Paulson, the second baseman, is 1 for 2, a walk, a single, an RBI, a run scored, also struck out earlier. Lloyd's 1-1 on the way. A fastball strike at the knees. 1-2. And Bo Lloyd just has a lot of fun out there on the mound.
He's got a little bit of swagger. He feels confident. That's something you need in a pitcher.
Big Bo into the line. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Lloyd retires the first man he sees as Paulson out for the second time. He hustled on down to first, but I believe that ball was caught cleanly initially by our fine backstop, Will Kishball. That's out number 1.
Those 5 runs by the Outlaws, or 6 runs rather, in the 5th inning by the Outlaws. Raiders answered in the top of the 6th, but then the Outlaws kind of dug it in a little bit. 3 more runs, and the momentum right now really with the Outlaws.
Yeah, you're right, Ryan. A great response offensively by Evanston in their half of the inning. And that one will miss inside and high to Bailey Myers, who is 2 for 3, a pair of singles in the first, third, and popped out to the pitcher in the 5th. So after a shaky start for Evanston pitching, the 1-0 misses low and away, 2-0. Pair of relievers in Hicks and Lloyd doing quite well here. And the Outlaws with a big 5-run lead on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard. The 2-0 on the way. This one is tattooed between short and third for a solid base hit into left field. And Bailey Myers, kid, have yourself a day, 3 for 4. He's on with a 1-out single.
You mentioned the shaky start for the Outlaw pitchers, and equally very good outing in relief by Hunter Hicks, coming in going 6 innings, I think. Gave up just the 1 run in the, I guess he was in there when Riverton scored their 6th run. And
but
then,
that will be charged to the housekeeper.
But
so
then
1 run over 6 full?
Yeah, 6 full innings.
Austin Locker stands in. And Lloyd deals low and away. That ball is in the dirt. The wild pitch will allow Myers to scamper on down to second. 1-0 on Locker, who is 1 for 2, reached on a walk in the first, singled in the third, reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th.
If you're Lloyd, you don't want to just ignore that base runner, but can't be too concerned with him with a 5-run lead on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Absolutely.
Wind picking up.
Big lead late. You want to get outs, not be too concerned with the guys on the base paths. This one is skied into short left center field, and on his horse, unable to catch it, is Leland, but no advance by Myers as he was unsure if the catch was going to be made. Certainly don't want to be doubled off. So the little Texas leaguer falls in for a bloop single for Locker. And now as we move to the bottom of the order, Tyler Landis, who has had an uneventful 0 for 3, has twice gone down looking on strikes and also flew out to center. But this is a big at-bat here, Ryan, for both ball clubs. If you're Riverton, you'd love to see Landis get on base. And if you are Evanston, you absolutely, critically must retire the number 9 man here with 2 guys on base and the top of the order coming up on deck.
And 1 out in the top of the 7th.
Lloyd deals and misses low and inside. 5-run lead here as we are in the top half of inning number 7 on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard for Evanston. Lloyd comes set, checks the man at second, and fires low and inside. And Ryan, you'd like to see Lloyd just come right after the number 9 man who's twice gone down looking.
Yeah, Landis 0 for 3 in this one. Couple strikeouts. The one time he made contact, flew out to center field.
The 2-0 on the way. This one swing and a miss. 2-1 as Landis unable to make contact against the 3rd Evanston pitcher of the now long afternoon. Lloyd's 2-1. This one a great stop by Will Kishbaugh, preventing both runners from advancing, but the count does move to 3-1 as that one hit in the left-handed batter's box about a foot outside off the plate.
A great stop, a great effort by Kishbaugh. He comes out, I think that hit his right hand as he got over there to make sure to keep that in front of him. He kind of sacrificed that right hand, and he comes up shaking it a little bit, going to go to the mound for a conference with his pitcher just to maybe give himself a little extra time to shake that finger or that hand off.
Absolutely. This is really a critical juncture here in this game. As it's a 5-run lead on the one hand, that's pretty comfortable, but you've got only 1 out, 2 runners on base, the top of the order threatening, and you're behind the count to the number 9 man, 3-1, as Lloyd comes set and deals, and this one is sprayed foul down the first base line. That missed, being a possible 2-run double by about 8 inches.
That was a almost perfectly placed ball on the hit by Landis. Fortunately for the Outlaws, it drifts foul, and the count now full 3-2.
A payoff pitch is due. The number 9 hitter, Lloyd deals. This one is looped to the shortstop, McDonald, who goes back and makes a rather routine snag of that little pop. And Landis now, Ryan, is 0 for 4, a big second out, but now an even bigger at bat as we're back to the top of the order, Andrew Vaughn Ryan, who is 1 for 3, a single, a walk, a run scored, is also popped to short and lined to center.
He's one of those that Coach Cody Beers said is their star hitters, those top 3 or 4 in the batting order.
Lloyd deals, and this one is popped down the first base line, and that will fall in fair, and that will score 1 run as the throw comes to the plate, not in time. The throw on to third is going to go into right field. That will score a second Riverton runner. So what you've got there is a bloop single and an RBI for Vaughn Ryan, coming around to score Myers to make it 12-8 on the single. But then the E2 advances Vaughn Ryan to second, and more importantly, for all parties concerned, scores Austin Locker to make it 12-9 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston now up just 3.
And now a 5-run ball game is now a 3-run ball game with 2 outs and a runner on second.
First pitch on the way to Rennig, misses low and inside. 12-9, looks like a battle of field goals if we were playing on a Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday afternoon. But this is good old-fashioned country hardball, American Legion baseball, the district tournament from Rock Springs. The winner of this advances for sure to next week's state tournament in Laramie. The pitch on the way. This one is popped up in the infield. Catcher and first baseman give chase, and an outstanding play by Will Kishbaugh to atone for the error a moment ago and end the inning as Rennig pops to the catcher down the first base line. But not before, here in the road half of inning number 7, the Riverton Raiders strike for 2 runs. They do it on 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 costly Evanston error, and I believe we had just 1 man left. We will now move to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Time to stretch here. Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard 12-9. Evanston leads. This is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball and KNY and the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
And welcome back. It's stretch time, as AP just said, as we went to the break. 12-9. Your Evanston Outlaws still hanging on, and still a couple opportunities to add on to this lead. Again, we've already seen 21 runs scored in this game. Evanston, of course, was losing 6-0, but they've clawed back. They've really taken command of this game, and it's really theirs to lose. So a couple innings left for the Outlaws, just 6 outs away from getting to Laramie next week. And with the finish of the final 2 innings, I send it over to AP and Ryan.
Thank you, Adam Jackson. The Outlaws a run in the first, 2 in the second. They were still down 6-3 at that point on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and then 6 runs in the 5th, 3 more in the 6th. They lead 12-9, as Adam Jackson said. And now he mentioned the winner of this one qualifies for state. The winner of this one will also play this afternoon for 3rd and 4th place against Laramie. That one's scheduled to start at 4 p.m. And if it's the Outlaws, we'll have it for you right here on k-9radio.com, and you can listen at 99.1 FM, KNY and the Big Dog in Country.
We are now back to the top of the order for your Evanston Outlaws, and for his 5th plate appearance is Tucker Leland. Baylor Beers deals. Leland will bounce this one off the third baseman's chest. Rennick picks it up, though, fires across the diamond to retire the Outlaws center fielder. Scored that one 5-3 on a nice job by the pitcher turned third baseman Riddick Ryan of playing catch there, blocking it off his chest, realizing, hey, I'm at the hot corner, got some time, pick it up, fire across, and get the out.
It was a sharply hit ground ball, and that gave him a little extra time as well. He made a nice throw and a nice play.
The third plate appearance in as many innings now for Berta Herford, who stands in with one out. Beers winds, and this one will bounce up there for a ball 1-0. Herford on the afternoon is 0 for 3, but did ignite the rally by taking one for the team off his back to lead off the fifth. Hit by a pitch, came around to score the first of 6 Outlaw runs in a very productive bottom half of the fifth. The 1-0 on the way. This one bounces up there as well. 2-0 to the Outlaws find second baseman Austin Comey, Berta Herford. Big Baylor Beers into the line. The pitch on the way. This one is pulled fair down the third base line. That should be a double as Berta takes the turn. And nope, he's going to throw on the brakes. Is a nice job out there by Locker of making a fool of my assessment of the situation and hustling that baseball back into the infield. But nonetheless, a sharp single for Herford, his first safety of the afternoon. He's now 1 for 3 with that hit by pitch as well in the fifth. And that will bring up Austin Housekeeper, working on a perfect afternoon, 2 for 2, 3 runs scored, a double, and is also hit by a pitch, that back in the third. Beers works from the stretch and misses inside with the fastball, 1-0.
Locker on that single by Herford. He took a perfect angle on that to get to it quickly and keep Herford on first base.
1 on, 1 out, nobody in. Bottom half of the seventh inning, Evanston by 5 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Runner goes, the pitch is a fastball upstairs, the throw down, 1 hops, and not nearly in time as Berta in with the stolen base. He's in scoring position, Ryan, for the number 3 man, Austin Housekeeper. That's a great guy today to have up there with a duck so well placed, so well positioned on the proverbial pond. Beers, the big catcher turned pitcher, looks in, now looks back at second base and will miss inside. And the count goes to 3-0 on Austin Housekeeper.
When Leland grounded out to start this inning, you could start to feel that momentum shift toward Riverton. But now Herford getting on base, the Outlaws have an opportunity to just hold on to that momentum.
Housekeeper will watch that one miss low and inside, and he tosses the bat back toward his dugout and will trot on down to first base. He has reached base all 5 plate appearances, a double, hit by a pitch, a walk, a single, and now another walk. And that'll bring up Will Kishbaugh, who, after making a throwing error earlier in the top half inning number 7, a beautiful play to end the inning at the dish, he's got a nice afternoon going as well. And a swing and a miss at a fastball from Baylor Beers.
Good strong pitch there from Beers to throw it past Kishbaugh.
Kishbaugh 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, has also walked and has flown out to right. He awaits the 0-1 from Beers. And all the way back to the screen, that'll move both of the runners up. And they move from first and second to second and third on the wild pitch. And with just 1 out, you would expect coaches, I should say, in plural, Beers, to bring the infield in as they did it earlier in the game. And now getting even later here with just 2 hacks left, the 8th and the 9th for the Riverton Ball Club, but they played about halfway up the middle. 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss as Kishbaugh couldn't catch up with that fastball, now 1-2.
Riverton, with the bases loaded in the 5th inning, played the infield in and actually bit him, came back to bite him a little bit as the Outlaws had a couple of infield singles that got to holes in that defense because they were playing in tight.
1-2 on the way. This one is skied a mile high, foul territory. Third baseman Rinnick makes the call and the catch, and Kishbaugh fouls out to third for out number 2. So a huge at bat here coming up for Hunter Hicks, who's come up big his last 2 times up. In the 5th, a 2 RBI double with the bases loaded, and in the 6th, a single and a run scored. 3-run lead, so still a quote-unquote save situation, if you will. This could be some key insurance if Hicks can deliver. Beers deals way outside 1-0.
Hicks has scored a couple of times today as well. On a good day for him. He kind of started slow, a strikeout, and flew out to left field, but then 2 for 2 in his last 2 at-bats.
Beers catches the outside corner from the wind. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hicks began the game at third, came into pitch, moved back to third. And the southpaw awaits the 1-1 from Beers. This one is ripped over the second baseman, base hit in right field. That'll score 1. And Hicks, an RBI single. The throw comes into the plate. It's off to the left, but a nice job by the catcher Landis preventing further damage. But that does make it, Ryan, 13-9. Evanston on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, as Hicks has 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats in innings 5, 6, and 7.
If the Outlaws can hold on for the win here, Hicks would be the winning pitcher, and he's certainly helped himself out at the plate. Now 3 RBIs, 3 for 3 in his last 3 at-bats.
Robbie Nowicki stands in. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Beers deals. This one is lined to center field, and in his tracks just about, Bailey Myers makes the catch to retire the side, but not before the Outlaws score a big run. They do so on 2 hits. There were no errors committed by Riverton and a pair of men left on base. We are through 7 complete in Rock Springs. The Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, Outlaws 13, Raiders of Riverton 9. Back in a moment on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws baseball and KNYN the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
We move to the top of the 8th inning. Evanston back out into the field, and they now have a 4-run lead after adding a run in the bottom of the 7th. And with that, we'll send it over to Ryan and AP.
You're watching online at k-9radio.com. You see the hot shot cam right now, and see if we can get a quick shot of somebody in the stands, one of the fans here at the ball game here in Rock Springs at this district tournament, the American Legion Baseball South District. The winner here plays for 3rd and 4th later on today. Bo Lloyd misses just inside on pitch number 1 to Ryan Axthelm. Axthelm steps back in as Lloyd winds up the 1-0 pitch, down and low outside.
One of the disadvantages of that herky-jerky movement of Lloyd is there's a lot more things to keep together in his motion, and that can lead at times to some pitchers having issues with control. When you've got 6 outs to go and up 4, you want to throw strikes.
Lloyd winds up. Here's the 2-0, and it's down the pipe, fouled down the third base line.
You know, that was too hot to handle for Coach Beers down there. I'm not gonna give him an E third base coach on that one.
In addition, with no glove out there, that's a real tough play. Axthelm fouls this one straight back.
The reflexes still work. That was coming right back at us.
I'd have barehanded that, no problem.
Appreciate you sticking in for us.
Yeah, no problem. So 2-2 the count now as Lloyd winds up and drops one in up high, though, way up there. Wind really kicking up now. Big gust coming out of the northwest. Batting down the hatches for a second here as Axthelm swings and fouls it back to stay alive. Count, is it 3-2? 3 balls, 2 strikes.
3-2 now. That wind, just to remind you, yes, we still are in Wyoming. Picture perfect day, and a couple seconds later, the sandstorm.
So a full count now for the number 3 hitter in the lineup, leading off here in the top of the 8th. Axthelm skies it way up there. Shallow center field. Who's going to go over and make the catch? Hereford does, reaching out at the last second. We have one down.
It's good communication there by the trio of Hereford, McDonald, and Leland, as that ball was up there long enough to air most sitcoms, at least without commercial interruption. And for a second there, Ryan, it looked like it was going to be a Keystone Cops bloop double, but a nice job of Hereford taking charge, making the catch.
Brings us to Big Baylor Beers, who's 3 for 4 on the day, and lines this one into right field, going over and making the catch. Yes, Devin Hicks on the run, running down toward the right field line, makes the grab.
He makes it look very, very easy with that nice stride that he had there and a tip of the cap to the late inning defensive, not defensive replacement, came on as a pinch hitter, but a nice substitution there as Hicks making his coaching staff look very, very good as he managed a nice play there for out number 2.
Ridge McCoy to the plate now. A single and a run scored in the first, but has not hit safely since then. Takes ball 1 up high from Lloyd. Riverton putting the ball in play the last 2 batters, but nothing safe so far in this top of the 8th. There we go. A sharply hit ground ball back up the middle by McCoy. That's in there for a single.
So with a 4-run lead, 13-9 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard with 4 outs to go. The Outlaws in pretty good shape, but this Riverton team, just like Evanston, they're gamers, they're fighters, and here's TJ Paulson, who is 1 for 3, a pair of strikeouts, but also an RBI single, a run scored, and a walk.
Paulson hits right. He steps in there. Lloyd throws to first. It's down in the dirt, but Housekeeper digs it up. Housekeeper's throw closer to third base than to Lloyd on the mound. Hicks is right there, and he'll, like a slow grounder, picks it up, throws to his pitcher. 2 down here. The first pitch to T.J. Paulson in there. Strike 1 from Lloyd. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here. Top of the 8th. 13-9. Outlaws lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Lloyd glances at the runner on first. Now the pitch down in the dirt. Kishpaw keeps it in front of him. A swing and a miss by Paulson. That'll be strike 2.
Now, we talked about one of the possible handicaps of his delivery, but one of the advantages of that herky-jerky delivery is it's very difficult to pick the ball up out of his hand.
Lloyd winds up the 0-2, way up high, ball 1.
Lloyd working very quickly.
Ridge McCoy on first after his single a moment ago. Lloyd misses high and maybe outside for ball 2. And the count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. McCoy again that lead at first. Not too big out there. And here's the 2-2 from Lloyd. Misses down low. It gets through the legs of Kishpaw. By the time he can scoop it up, throw it down, it's way late. A wild throw up high, but Hereford backing up. Nicely done by Hereford to keep that from going into center field.
The wild pitch is not the best thing, but Kishpaw is enough of a veteran. He should have known there was no reason to throw that ball. He wasn't going to throw the guy out, and the only risk is you throw it into center field and he goes to third.
And now the pitch down away outside. It gets away from Kishpaw again, and it's ball 4. So Paulson takes his base, and McCoy moves over to third.
And again, one of these big at-bats late in the game. Bailey Myers, who is 3 for 4, Ryan, with 3 singles. His team down 4 with just 4 outs to play with. Runners on either corner. A huge at-bat here in the top half of inning number 8.
RBI single in the first for Myers and scored a run in the 7th. Lloyd with runners on the corners and 2 outs. First pitch fouled back, just barely tipped it. back to the backstop. No balls and a strike with 2 outs here. Outlaws lead by 4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Lloyd delivers, and Myers chases one down in the dirt. Strike 2.
Great job by Lloyd to get Myers to go fishing. An even better job, Kishbaugh, blocking that ball and preventing the 10th Riverton run.
Runners on the corners here, and an 0-2 count with 2 outs. Here's the windup, the delivery. Down in the dirt again, and once again, Kishbaugh keeps that in front of him to hold the runners at first and third.
And you can understand why he's nibbling. You got a guy up there who's made solid contact 3 out of his 4 times with 3 singles. And so we've got a balk.
Oh.
We've got a balk, and that will plate the 10th run. Either he didn't come set or he went to his mouth. I'm not sure.
Runner on second now with 2 outs. The count is a ball and 2 strikes. And Lloyd winds up and delivers. Grounder down the third base line. Hicks comes, charges, makes the play, throw to first just in time. Great hustle by Myers. He almost beat that throw, but a good throw by Hicks. And that will end the top of the 8th inning. And with 1 run for the Riverton Raiders. 1 run, 1 hit, no outlaw errors, and 1 runner left on base. Bottom of the 8th, the Outlaws will be hitters 7, 8, 9. McDonald, Devin Hicks, and Bo Lloyd coming up when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM. Video is live online at k-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
And we come to the bottom of the 8th inning. An interesting call, and I'm sure Ryan and AP will discuss it a little bit more, but a balk called allows a run to come across in that 7th inning. So it's still only a 3-run game. Again, if you're the Outlaws right now, try and get as many insurance runs as possible, as they are now just 3 outs away from Laramie and also playing in the 3rd and 4th place game this afternoon around 4 o'clock. But before they can try and get those 3 outs to win this game, they're going to come up and hopefully add on to their 13-10 lead against Riverton. And I go back over to AP and Ryan.
Well, thank you, Adam. Jackson, 13-10 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Outlaws ahead by 3 with the bottom 3 of the order coming up. And in games Thursday and Friday, that bottom 3 have been very good. And today, they've kept that up for part of it at least. Braden McDonald has an RBI single, and he's scored twice. And Devin Hicks a single as well. So the Outlaws now, even Alex Richens, who hasn't hit safely, had an RBI in the 5th inning. Getting some good production that bottom end of the order. Baylor Beers still up on the mound for the Riverton Raiders. He misses down low and outside to Braden McDonald. 1 for 2 today. Couple of walks, and as I mentioned, that RBI single. Beers winds up. McDonald hits it back up the middle. It hits Beers in the foot. He picks it up, throws to first. No ill signs of having been hit in the foot by that hit. He just walks it right off.
You know, maybe you're a Detroit Red Wings fan. A kick save and a beauty as retired 1-3 Braden McDonald.
That'll bring Devin Hicks to the plate. Hicks, a single in the 6th. In his only at-bat in this game up to this point. 1 down here. Hicks skies one high into center field, about middle of the road there, and going to his left, Bailey Myers makes the catch. 2 down now. Just maybe what you'd expect against the bottom 3rd of the order from Baylor Beers on the mound, getting to go down 1-2 so far.
And I tell you what, you always want to see people hustle in baseball, but our pitcher is up there now. Nobody on 2 outs. If he hits a little ground ball, I don't want to see him but just barely jog. Save that energy for on the mound.
2 down. Here's the pitch. Lloyd pops one high. Infield, right to the second baseman. TJ Paulson settles under it, but the sun in his eyes, he can't make the catch. Lloyd's on first.
There's a couple of theories on that in terms of scoring. One is that if it doesn't touch his glove, it's a hit. The others, it should be an error. I'm going to have to go with the traditional one. Like you said, the sun's in his eyes, give a little infield bloop single to Bo Lloyd, who was doing a good job of not busting it down the line to save that energy, but, had jogged at a good enough pace that he was able to reach safely on the gimme single.
I'll go with your call there. The single for Lloyd brings Tucker Leland to the plate, top of the order for the Outlaws, bottom of the 8th inning, rather. And a 3-run lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Beers finds that low end of the strike zone outside half of the plate.
Always a good sign, Ryan, when your leadoff man can get 6 plate appearances in a game.
3 strikeouts, though, not what you want quite from him. He does have an RBI, a 2-run single in the second. Beers winds up, the 0-1, hit back up the middle, and he just stabs his glove down. Nicely played by Baylor Beers. Boy, he made 2 of the plays in this inning, one off the foot, one right into the glove. Nicely played by big Baylor Beers, and that ends the Outlaw threat here in the bottom of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Top of the 9th, final inning coming up here from a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic. Traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Well, it's pretty simple. Win and you're in. We knew that coming in. The Outlaws have put themselves in the position 3 outs away from getting to Laramie and playing a 3rd or 4th place finish in this afternoon's contest. If they can finish off Riverton, they lead 13-10 as we come to the top of the 9th for the final 3 outs. Hopefully, I send it over to Ryan and AP.
Outlaws are going to try to finish this off with Bo Lloyd on the mound. He's come in and done a very nice job in a couple of innings of work so far, and look to close this one out. The Outlaws up by 3, a good little pad, but you can't allow much here.
And as we go to the top half of inning number 9, it's going to be 8-9-1. Locker, Landis, and Von Ryan due up. And with just that, for a 13-10 game, rather narrow 3-run lead, and very important to retire these guys toward the bottom of the order. And jumping on the first pitch, though, and ripping it foul down the left field line, Austin Locker tried to ambush and almost successfully did so. The initial offering from Bo Lloyd.
Winner of this one will face Laramie this afternoon at 4 o'clock. If it's the Outlaws, we'll have it for you right here on K9, 99.1 FM, and online at k-9radio.com, so don't miss that this afternoon.
Locker 2 for 3, and he's going to foul this one back to the screen. Walked in the first, singled in the third, reached the fielder's choice in the fifth, and singled in the seventh. So he's been on base every time he's been up there. The Outlaws would most certainly like to change that pattern. The pitch on the way is a curveball that stays high. 1-2 to the fine left fielder for the Riverton Raiders, Austin Locker. Lloyd working from the wide. The 1-2 on the way, bounces up there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 13-10. There's been a lot of 13-10 games, I'd imagine, over the years between Riverton and Evanston in football.
Yeah.
Not too many on the diamond. The 2-2 on the way, up and in. Full count, 3-2. And Mr. Steinert right here, you just got to groove a fastball. If he hits it out, big deal. But don't put them on via the base on balls. Here's the 3-2. Right down the pipe. And this one is fouled back and just over the screen, and we'll do it all over again with another payoff pitch.
We've talked about the production from the bottom end of the outlaw order. The Riverton Raiders have had some great production in the bottom end of their order. Bailey Myers, 3 singles. Austin Locker, who's at the plate now, a couple of base hits and a run scored. So they've gotten some good production there too.
Line drive just past the bag at second base for a clean single to lead things off for the Riverton Raiders in the road half of the 9th inning, and that production from just about every spot, both teams in the batting order, and a 23 runs total so far scored continues.
I have 17 base hits for the Riverton Raiders with that single right there.
Landis, who is actually 0 for 4, going to try to get into the act, and he's going to swing and miss, chasing one outside, 0-1. So Locker reaching base all 5 of his plate appearances so far on this exceedingly long afternoon. Snap throw to first is going to hit off the back of Locker and dribble toward right field. 3 Outlaws will chase it. Locker's not going anywhere.
AP, I'm not sure just what prompted this, but it looks like we've had just a position change. Austin Herford now at shortstop. We've got Hunter Hicks at second and Braden McDonald over at third base. Just shifting around in the infield for the Outlaws a little bit.
Appreciate the heads up. And the 0-1 swing and a miss, foul tipped into the glove of Kishpaw.
On one of those plays in the last inning, Braden McDonald slid trying to make a play, and I think he may have hurt himself a little bit, and they're moving him away from that shortstop position, I think.
Lloyd works from the stretch. The 0-2 on the way. This one is skied. A mile high, foul territory at third base. And camping underneath it and making the play is third baseman Braden McDonald now?
That's right.
All right. I could read my chicken scratch from Steinerkurt's good reconnaissance there on the infield, and that is out number 1. But we are now back, Ryan, to the very dangerous top of the order, and Andrew Vaughn Ryan, the fine shortstop. And the tying run in the on-deck circle here in the road half of the 9th. Lloyd deals. This one is sprayed for a base hit into right field. They're going to play it station to station are the Raiders. And Vaughn Ryan continues the Raiders rally as they have runners first and second, 1 man down, and Stephen Rennick will stand in.
Austin Locker on first base there had Housekeeper, the defensive player on first base, on the bag. Otherwise, Housekeeper would have been in perfect position to make the play on that hit by Vaughn Ryan, but instead it threw the infield for the single.
Rennick waits the initial offering strike on the inside corner of the fastball, 0-1. Rennick, of course, represents the most critical run as far as Evanston is concerned. With that 3-run lead, 13-10 unit of physical therapy scoreboard. The 0-1 on the way. Misses upstairs, 1-1. Rennick is 2 for 5. This is his 6th at bat. If you like offense, you've loved this game. Pitch on the way, going the opposite way down the right field line, and that ball is fair into the right field corner. That's going to plate at least 1 as Rennick has a double, and it's now 13-11. Stopping at third is Vaughn Ryan. Give the ribby to Rennick. 13-11 Evanston on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're going to have a conference on the mound. It looks like we're going to go with a pitching change from Coach Kishpaw here, as this is a 2-run game with 2 outs to go for a berth in Laramie next week and a 3rd and 4th place game at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Outlaws going deep in their rotation. We still have the options of Braden McDonald and I think Austin Herford. We haven't seen him pitch today either, keeping in mind that we still need 1 more if the Outlaws can hold on for the win here in a game against Laramie, at least a couple more pitchers this afternoon. So luckily for the Outlaws, I think the rule here at the district tournament is an inning pitched rules, right? It's each pitcher's allowed so many innings.
That's
pitched.
what I understand is that you get 12 innings per tournament, and between innings, the good folks from Riverton informed us Baylor Beers, not only is he not a rising, he's a rising junior. He's got a lot of American Legion baseball left, and unless there's some sort of double play or outs committed on the base paths, he will get another hack as he's now on deck. But right now, Outlaw pitching is going to have to deal with Ryan Axthelm, who is now 1 for 5 after a big RBI double in the first. He's bounced to second. He's 2 for 5 as he doubled again there in the fourth, flew out to left in the sixth, popped to second in the eighth. So 2 for 5, a very accomplished hitter in that 3-hole. And coming into pitch, as Ryan mentioned, for Evanston, Braden McDonald, who's been all over the diamond, short and third, and now on the mound.
Let's do a hot shot cam real quick here on Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball. Hot shot cam brought to you by Perry Brothers Trucking and Ellingford Brothers Incorporated, proud sponsors of the Outlaws. They also sponsored throughout the school seasons of Evanston Red Devil and Rich Rebel Sports. So Braden McDonald on the mound now for the Evanston Outlaws.
And standing in is Axel, tying run at second, and he's going to take an off-speed pitch for a strike on the inside corner.
With all the other movements we had earlier, Bo Lloyd over to third base, McDonald on the mound, everybody else where they were.
Axel looks at the ball inside 1-1.
Hereford at short, Hunter Hicks at second, and Austin Housekeeper on first.
The 1-1 on the way, fouled back to the screen. So Berta and Hunter Hicks at short and second, respectively. McDonald looks in. The 1-1 on the way. This one is ripped foul down the third baseline. And McDonald ahead in the count 1-2. Runs number 12 and 13 are on the base paths.
Yeah, that tying run is in scoring position.
Von Ryan at third. Rennick at second. Fastball up and in. Count evens 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Axthelm. And as good as Ryan is, you want to make him beat you here as big Baylor Beers. Stout cleanup man is on deck. The 2-2 on the way. This one is lined to center field, and it is going to fall in for a base hit. That'll score 1 and 2 runs. We are tied at 13 on a 2 RBI single with 1 out here at the top of the 9th by Ryan Axthelm, plating teammates Andrew Von Ryan from third and Stephen Rennig from second.
Big 2-run single there by Ryan Axthelm, the number 3 hitter. And just as big as who's coming up next, Baylor Beers, the cleanup for the Riverton Raiders, with 1 down and runner on first in the top of the 9th. We're tied at 13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
So if this was a football game, that would have been a field goal by Riverton with about 40 seconds to go to tie it up, and then they recover the fumble. They're still on offense, if you will. This is baseball. We are tied at 13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. This is more like a recreational softball score, but we're playing old-fashioned country hardball here. American Legion tournament. This is a elimination game. The loser goes home. The winner plays later today and more importantly qualifies for the state tournament in Laramie next week. Baylor Beers awaits the initial offering from McDonald and looks at a fastball inside. Beers has hit it hard each time up and is 3 for 5, 2 doubles, 2 RBI. He'll be a junior in high school this fall. Runner goes, swing, and hit sharply to the third baseman. Lloyd from his knees is going to throw it away, and hustling around from second to third and coming all the way in to score is Axthelm to give Riverton the lead. Hustling over to third goes Beers, and big Baylor lumbers all the way around. So what we've got there give an infield single to Beers, and then the E5 on the play allows the runner Axthelm, who was going on the play, to hustle all the way around and score, giving Riverton a 14-13 lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And the E5, Ryan, also allows Beers to lumber all the way around 90 feet away from pay dirt.
Riverton back on top for the first time since the Outlaws had a 6-run bottom of the 5th inning.
Ridge McCoy stands in, looks at a strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
We talked a lot about how the Outlaws battled back, and now we can talk about how the Riverton Raiders have battled back and retaken the lead, 14-13, top of the 9th.
McDonald, the 0-1 on the way, bouncer right back to the pitcher. He knocks it down, picks it up, and has no play. That'll be an infield single. Holding at third wisely is Beers, so runners at the corner, still just one man out, and that'll bring up TJ Paulson, who walked his last at-bat, their last plate appearance, I should say, has walked twice. He's 1 for 3. An RBI single in the first, has also struck out swinging 2 times.
I have Riverton with 22 hits in this ball game, including that infield single right there. What 14 runs on the scoreboard, and maybe not finished yet with 1 out, runners on the corners. And TJ Paulson coming up, number 6 hitter in the lineup.
14-13. The Riverton Raiders with the lead here, looking for more, looking for some much desired insurance here in the top half of the 9th inning. Runners at the corner, still just one man down. And TJ Paulson looks to continue this fine Raiders 9th inning rally. 10 of their 14 runs have come in the 1st and 9th innings.
Paulson 1 for 3, a single and a run scored in the first, couple strikeouts, couple walks.
McDonald's deals from the stretch, and that's a strike at the letters, 0-1, right down the middle.
Good way to start right there against Paulson for Braden McDonald.
Braden taking his time as TJ stands back in. Gets the sign. Runners at the corners. Just one man down. Snap throw to first, and he is out! Picked off of first base is Ridge McCoy. He was a little bit too far out on that ridge off of first base, and that is the real deal as that pickoff play fired across from Braden McDonald. 2 men down, a huge second out.
Big one there, because now an out, if you can get Paulson out, that run would not count for Beers coming home from third.
Pitch on the way, off speed, offering, going to miss inside. Score that 1-3 on the pickoff, 2 men down. And the insurance run in the form of Big Baylor Beers, 90 feet away. TJ Paulson awaits the 1-0. This one upstairs, 2-0 now to the second sacker for the Riverton Raiders. 2-1, excuse me, is the count.
2 balls and a strike with 2 outs here. Outlaws down by 1 in the top of the 9th.
McDonald misses upstairs with the fastball. 3-1 on deck is Bailey Myers, who is 3 for 5, so it doesn't get any easier should Paulson reach. Beers takes a short lead off at third. 3-1 on the way, catches the corner at the letters. 3-2, a full count.
That looked a bit upstairs right there, but the umpire liked it for strike 2. Lucky for McDonald and the Outlaws at this point.
Looking for the 27th out of the game are the Outlaws, and it's going to miss inside. And down to first goes TJ Paulson. So 26 out so far recorded by the Outlaws. 27 runs have scored. Unfortunately for Evanston fans, they trail it by 1, 14-13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And the outstanding center fielder, Bailey Myers, shows you the depth of this Riverton lineup. He bats 7th, can really patrol a lot of green space out there in center. 3 singles on the afternoon. Runners in the corners, and the fastball misses upstairs, 1-0. Singles in the 1st, 3rd, and 7th. Was retired in the 5th and the 8th, so his 6th plate appearance. McDonald comes set, the 1-0, and this one nearly hits, and it does hit Bailey Myers. And so on the dead ball, that will advance down to second, TJ Paulson, and Beers, of course, must hold his position at third. And now nowhere to put Austin Locker, who led off this inning. And my scorecard is going to have to create a new row for Locker.
Locker, 3 singles in this game, 2 runs scored.
Pitch on the way, and that hits Locker, and that will be an RBI for Austin. It's now 15-13, Riverton. As Locker is hit by the pitch, give him a ribby. Coming in to score, big Baylor Beers, 15-13, 28 runs now in the game. 2 more for Riverton than for the gang from Uinta County. And that will bring up Tyler Landis, who would desperately love to help out his teammates, as he has gone 0 for 5, has played a steady third base, though.
As big as that 6-run 5th inning was for the Outlaws, even bigger, a 5-run top of the 9th for the Riverton Raiders, and they now lead by 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Landis looks at a nasty curve on the outside corner, 0-1. McDonald deals the 0-1. This one nearly hits Landis. 1-1.
McDonald going a little too far inside on the last 2 batters, both on base after being hit by a pitch, and just narrowly misses Landis right there.
The 1-1 on the way. This one is chopped to the third baseman. He's going to just step on the bag, and Lloyd with a nice play there, but not before we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs score on 6 hits. There was 1 crucial, costly Evanston error, and 3 men left on base. We're through 8.5 here from Rock Springs, 15-13 Riverton, the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. This is Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball, KNYN the Big Dog, and online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Well, what an incredible game this has been. Unfortunately, Evanston can't close out the deal in the top of the 9th. 5 runs in, though, for Riverton. You have to give them credit. They fought and battled, and they now lead 15-13. So now it's Evanston in the same spot that Riverton was just in. They have to get some runs to keep their chances alive to get to that game later this afternoon. And with 28 runs being scored already, Ryan and AP, you have to expect that there's more runs to be had, even with only supposedly 1 frame left. So should be an entertaining bottom of the 9th. And for that bottom of the 9th, I send it over to AP and Ryan.
I got 22 hits. You mentioned Adam Jackson, the 28 runs. Riverton with 22 hits in this ball game. The Outlaws, I haven't done the math yet. Do you have that, AP?
I'll
1,
do some
2,
quick
3,
math
4,
for you.
5, 6, 11, 14 hits in the ball game for the Outlaws, and 28 total runs. Outlaws are going to need at least 2 more to stay alive in this one.
We've got our 2, 3, 4 guys. Berta Herford, Austin housekeeper Will Kishbaugh coming up, so you couldn't ask for anything better there. Behind the plate, I'd mentioned Landis began the game at third. He's done an excellent job catching as well for this ball club. It looks like Rennig is going to move behind the plate now, and Landis is going to be back at third. So Rennig began on the mound and then moved to third, and now is catching, and Landis, third catcher, now back to third. Baylor Beers will toe the bump and go after Berta Herford here in the bottom of 9. And did he hit him?
I believe he did.
And if this hit by pitch to begin an inning off the body of Berta Herford is as fruitful as the one that began the fifth. The Outlaws are in pretty good shape. And immediately after one toss, Mr. Steinekert, the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Austin Housekeeper. All Housekeeper has done is a perfect 2 for 2, 2 walks, also hit by a pitch, 3 runs scored. And the pitch on the way, this one in the dirt outside, and a nice stop by Rennick.
That's 3 batters, 3 Outlaws that have been hit by a pitch from Steven Rennig, and that's an opportune time for the Outlaws to get one now. And that's Herford twice, right?
Absolutely. Beers from the stretch. Strike at the knees and outside corner. Count evens a ball. And a strike. Outlaws all in white with the blue trim. Blue helmets with the white piping. Gray trimmed in gold for the Riverton Raiders. 15-13, Riverton by 2. Bottom half of the ninth, you into physical therapy scoreboard. The 1-1 runner goes. Oh, no, he's picked off. A horrible base running blunder by Berta Herford. They'll go to short. Herford's caught in the pickle, and they will tag him out off the bag at first. And that'll go 1-6 on the pickoff, and that is huge, very, very costly, as now you have nobody on, 1 out, and the tying run moves from the batter's box to the on-deck position.
Big base running mistake by the Outlaws. We saw a couple of those against Rollins on Thursday, and unfortunately another one here today when it really is going to matter big.
1-1 on the way. That bounces up there, 2-1. We'll see if that is the backbreaker that it most often is in a tight competitive game late. 2-1 though, the count to Austin Housekeeper. Now from the wind, Beers deals. This one is chopped to short. Scouted, fires across, 2 down. Nice play by Von Ryan. 6-3 on the putout. And the last hope for the 2014 Evanston Outlaws American Legion baseball entrant comes down to the skipper's son, Will Kishbaugh. He's a power bat, but Ryan, he just needs to get on because his run is not the important one.
No. And now a very tall order for the Outlaws. With 2 outs, they need at least 2 runs. This is going to be tough.
Beers from the wind deals. This one low and inside 1-0.
Will Kishbaugh today an RBI double in the first, a walk and a run scored in the 5th, singled in the 6th. Having a good game at the plate.
Big bailer from the wind. This one is dribbled foul down the third baseline. 1-1 the count. We're in Rock Springs. The Outlaws now hanging on for dear life. We're down 6 early, battled back to take a big lead. Riverton fought back, lead it by 2, 15-13. You win a physical therapy scoreboard. The 1-1 on the way. Up and in. 2 balls and a strike.
Outlaws where they need to be in the batting order, I think, if they're going to make a rally here. But Kishbaugh's got to do his job, get on base.
2-1 from Beer. Swing and a miss. And a high fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now your 2014 Evanston Outlaws are down to the final strike, perhaps, of their long season. Baylor Beers into the line. The 2-2 on the way. This one is skied a mile high in the infield. This should do it. First baseman makes the call and the catch. And that is the game. And unfortunately, the season for Evanston, as they lose it 15-13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard in the 9th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and critically, no men left on base. The final here in Rock Springs, Ryan Steinekert, Evanston loses to a game Riverton Raiders bunch 15-13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And this is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball and KNY and the Big Dog and online at K-9radio.com. We'll be back with the postgame right after this.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. Big O Tires welcomes you.
Big O Tires, we go the extra mile, revving up the service to make you smile. We're in the business of customer pleasing, all the right service for all the right reasons.
Oil changes, fluid checks, healthy wipers, and the best tires. Big O Tires.
'Cause the extra miles, the way we go, we got you covered at Big O.
607 West Cheyenne Drive, Evanston. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to Good Health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
And unfortunately, the season comes to an end for Evanston. Tip your caps to Riverton Raiders as they come back and win this one 15-13. But what an incredible game. Evanston, just to give you a quick recap before we send it back to Ryan and AP, 6 runs in the first inning. Riverton really jumped on Evanston, and it looked like, maybe they could blow this one open, but you have to give credit to Evanston. They fought and fought and fought, got it to 6-1, then 6-3, then they came up with a 6th spot to take the lead, 9-6. They then had a 12-7 lead before the Raiders were able to claw back just as Evanston did. They got it to 12-9. And then eventually it was 13-10 heading into the top of the 9th. And your Outlaws were just 3 outs away from heading to states and potentially playing for the 3rd and 4th place game this afternoon. But again, Riverton, they just wouldn't go away. 5-run, 9th inning. They take a 2-run lead. And the Outlaws, unfortunately, a base running error in the bottom half of the 9th. And then they were set down in order. And their season in 2014 comes to an end as the Outlaws drop this game 15-13. For more wrap-up, also a coach's interview we are expecting coming as well from Coach Kispaw. Obviously, a disappointed Coach Kispaw as the Outlaws go down. I'll send it back to Ryan and AP.
Thank you, Adam Jackson, here post-game show. The Outlaws, a heartbreaking loss, and on the other side of it, the opposite end of it, quite a victory for the Riverton Raiders. Coming initially, as Jackson mentioned, they had the lead. They lost that lead. The Outlaws battled back, but then Riverton comes through in the end. That 5-run top of the 9th inning. Boy, just too much for the Outlaws to overcome.
A seesaw slugfest is what this one came down to. 15-13, 28 runs, 36 hits, 4 errors, and 21 men left on base combined for the two ball clubs. And if you had told Coach Kishpaw that, hey, over innings 2 through 8, you're just going to give up 4 runs, he probably would have said, hey, I'll take that, not realizing that you'd give up 6 in the first and 5 in the ninth. Both these teams fought very, very hard. Only one could win. In the end, the Riverton Ball Club took advantage, more opportunities, made fewer mistakes, especially late. We had a balk that cost us a run, I believe, in the 8th inning. We had a base running blunder that cost us a chance at a late rally in the 9th. But both groups of kids on both sides fought very hard. Congratulations to Coach Beers, both coaches Beers, for their fine effort. We wish them the best at state. And tip your cap, too, to Coaches Kishbaugh, Hoover, and Lloyd as they worked hard with these young men all year long. And honestly, from my assessment, got just about what they could out of a team that suffered from a number of injuries and was talented, but certainly not supremely so this year. And it's an Evanston club, though, that should be formidable contenders in 2015.
Have to wonder how much difference it would have made to have Ian Fisher in the lineup in this last game. He's unsure about what the injury is or how long that's going to affect him. We'll wish him the best in recovering from whatever that was yesterday that took him out of the game. He hit a fly ball, would have been a double, came up limping as he went between first and second base, and we'll hope for the best for Ian Fisher in recovery. Now the Riverton Raiders, with that 15-13 win on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, they'll move on and play in a 4 p.m. game a half an hour from now against Laramie, who beat Torrington earlier today 16-5. Both Laramie and Riverton are on to the state playoffs next weekend in Laramie, and the winner will take third. The loser will go fourth place heading into that tournament. As for the Evanston Outlaws, as AP mentioned, that's the end of a well-played season, a tough season, and unfortunately, Outlaw baseball will adjourn until next spring.
And in Wyoming, it's a long off season because it's just so cold and so snowy and so windy that unless you have some kind of indoor practice facility, you've literally got to pack things away in storage. This isn't Florida or Texas or Georgia or California, as you all very much understand in this part of the country. But an exciting baseball game at the very least today. A lot of folks complain about there's not enough scoring in baseball. Well, today there was enough scoring for a week's worth of baseball. 28 runs between the two clubs, but unfortunately the Outlaws are finally arrested, you might say, and taken into justice for 2014. But they'll be fighting hard next year, and you know that these kids will work on as many of the things that they can, the fundamentals. And a number of these kids, of course, play other sports and will keep in tremendous shape. The kids that are moving on to college in the quote-unquote real world, we certainly wish them the best and know that they will be welcomed back as part of that Outlaw family, which binds generation to generation in Uinta County.
28 runs scored in this ballgame, 36 base hits. Again, these the runs of the official, that's the right number. Hits unofficial, but what a slugfest here today. And Baylor Beers, the winning pitcher for the Riverton Raiders. Again, a final score 15-13. Riverton the win on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. I see Coach Judd Kishpaw talking with his players right now. Down there, the Outlaws all gathered around him. We'll see if he comes up to chat with us. Certainly understandable if he doesn't do that. We'll see if he does. We'll keep it here with the post-game show. We'll take a look ahead and we'll have a little bit more of the post-game show coming up right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com. You can also listen, of course, on your radio dial at 99.1 FM KNYN. Back right after this.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog at KNYN 99.1 FM with live video online at k-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the post-game show on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw Baseball here on the Big Dog 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com with a 15-13 final score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Evanston Outlaw season comes to an end just 3 runs shy of a berth in the state playoffs next week at Laramie. Instead, it'll be the Riverton Raiders going on there. Now, in the championship game of the district tournament, it'll be Rock Springs taking on Green River, an all-West championship game and a half-West third and fourth place game.
And for Wyoming, that championship game might as well be twin cities in a state this big and this sparsely populated, cities that are 15 miles away. These kids grew up with each other. A lot of them know each other very, very well. So it'll be friend against friend, rival against rival. Should be a barn burner. But this undercard, if you will, for third place between the Laramie Ball Club and Riverton should be a good one as well. And that's an important one for seeding, because I tell you what, I don't want to be the number 4 seed from one side going to play somebody else as number 1. I'd much rather be a 3 playing a 2.
Exactly. Some quick stats for you. Tucker Leland, I had him 1 for 6 with a couple RBI. Austin Herford 1 for 4, 2 runs scored. Austin Housekeeper 2 for 3 today, 3 runs. Will Kishpaw 2 for 5, couple runs scored and an RBI. Hunter Hicks 3 for 5. 2 runs, 3 RBI. Robbie Nowicki 2 for 5, 2 runs, 2 RBI. Braden McDonald 1 for 3 with 2 runs and an RBI. Alex Richens 0 for 3, but did have the 1 RBI on a grounder that he was thrown out at first. Alex Housekeeper 0 for 3. Devin Hicks 1 for 2, and Bo Lloyd 1 for 1 from the plate in this ball game. We had 4 different outlaw pitchers. Austin Housekeeper started. He was quickly taken out in the first inning after a rough start. Hunter Hicks, a solid 6 innings pitched. Bo Lloyd came in relief of a couple of innings, and then Braden McDonald finished it out. And the Outlaws, a tough loss here today, 15-13 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And we're going to have join us now Coach Judd Kishpaw. We'll have AP Harold talk with Coach Kishpaw here on the postgame show.
Coach Kishpaw, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic season. I know you're feeling the sting of a bitter defeat. It's very difficult to lose in that fashion. But we want to thank, on behalf of the entire community, all of our sponsors, everybody in the Uinta County and Evanston area, for all the hard work that you, Coach Hoover, Coach Lloyd, the kids, the parents, the brothers and sisters, and the support staff put in, and thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody that supported us this year. We have a bitter ending to that this season, which it's not the way we wanted to go down. Our kids played a great game. No matter what, I think our stats were quite a bit better than theirs. But that's the way it fell. Now we look towards next year.
Coach, you guys really fought hard. A lot of teams coming off a tough 6-1 defeat against an ace like Bloom, and then getting down 6-0 in the first would have just phoned it in, would have complained, would have just folded. You guys did the exact opposite, fought back, didn't try to hit the 6-run homer, so to speak, scraped, then got that big inning, I believe, in the 5th when you got on top. And that shows the kind of leadership that you and the coaches and the leaders of this team have instilled in the rest of the outfit.
Yeah, we definitely try to keep them, level-headed when it comes to when we get down like that. It is what it is. Our kids still did play tough. We had good pitching, even starting with Housekeeper. Housekeeper was hitting spots. It got in his head, and then we had to go through. We didn't realize that we were hurting. We thought we could throw Berta here in this game. That's why we pulled Richens out. If I had known he was hurting like that, then I wouldn't have taken Richens out so soon. So,
Coach, let's talk about some of the young men who are moving on from the program, who have played their final game, and salute their efforts, their career as first Trappers and then Outlaws. Talk about some of those guys.
Yeah, Devin Hicks, he's been out of baseball for a little while. He came back for this final year, and we really appreciate that. He's quite a gamer. If you'd have gave him another 3 years, that kid would be right now going all-state ballot. He's just a great ball player. He's got it in his head, his mind, his body. But the other one's little Robbie Nowicki. He's still eligible, but he's got to have some off-season surgery after school lets out. So we're going to lose Robbie also. Other than that, we should have everybody else back next year, plus some, which is good for us. Give them a little confidence in their age, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. So a pretty young team for an American Legion ball club. And let's talk about the specific challenges of Legion baseball in Wyoming. The off-season, unless you have some sort of indoor practice facility, the Wyoming off-season is brutal for baseball. How do these kids, I know a number of them play some other sports, but how do they keep their baseball skills sharp during Wyoming winters?
Yeah, well, we try to do something early. We try to utilize some of the other facilities, and we've gone to Davis Middle School a little bit, and we appreciate them letting us use that deep in the winter and keep our arms loose and whatnot. And then it takes us a couple weeks of practice to get us going, and then it takes us 10-12 games before we really get on our game. But like you say, we take kids out right around school, letting out to go and go to those other sporting camps, and we appreciate all those coaches and everything that give us the time and allow us to schedule properly. We try to keep in contact with them and make sure they know what's going on, and it works pretty good. I mean, I think we got a good community that supports us. So,
lastly, Coach, to use an analogy from your profession, you have planted a seed here this season. I know it's disappointing, it's bitter, I can see the pain in your face. I know how invested you are with your emotion, your time, your treasure, and your energy, and we really admire and appreciate that so much. But I am personally very excited to see what you guys are going to be building this offseason and for next year. And just give a last word to the community about what these kids mean to you.
Well, let me tell you what, I've been, that gets me a little emotional, but most of these kids I've had since they were about 8 years old. Maybe not the two housekeepers in Berta, but we made a pretty close connection. We've known the housekeepers for a long time, just since our communities are so close. But these kids mean an awful lot to myself and the other coaches. I know Todd Hoover and Lloyd and Mitchell, and I think it's vice versa. Those kids really love those guys too. Growing up with these kids, I've known them all since they were little, so yeah, I'm pretty attached.
Coach Kishpaw, baseball, with apologies to the other sports, it's the greatest game in the world, and want to thank you and your staff for helping put on baseball, and still in the summer in Wyoming, it's still pretty inhospitable at times. You guys do a great job.
Hey,
I know it stings right now, but
you.
Hang in there, and we're behind you. The community's behind you, and we thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate all the support, and you guys, the radio, I appreciate that, and the paper, and kids like this need that support. They need that backing from supporters and guys like you, and it really goes a long way with them. So thank you.
That
Appreciate
is the fine skipper of the Evanston Outlaws, Judd Kishpaw, and along with Coach Hoover and Coach Lloyd, a tremendous trio of leaders, Ryan Steinekert, for this ball club. You saw the emotion, the raw pain on his face. He is invested with this ball club, his time, his energy, his efforts, his money, and he has really laid it on the line, and that's what competitive athletics is all about. Really, Ryan, I'm sure you'll remember the losses you had in your high school career more than the wins. They're bitter, they're tough, but they build character, and this is classy leadership and classy young men for the Evanston Outlaws.
You said invested, and that's the exact word that comes to my mind, thinking of Coach Judd Kishpaw, the excellence and the investment that he puts into this team, this program, and each individual player. A tough loss here today, 15-13 the final score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Riverton moving on to state. The Outlaws finished for the season, unfortunately. Boy, it's been a fun season. Wish it could go a little bit differently at the end. It only does go differently for the one or two teams maybe, at least at districts, and then moving on to state. But, boy, what a fun season we've had following the Evanston Outlaws here on the Big Dog.
Nothing like America's pastime. Want to give a tip of our cap to our fine cameraman and host, Adam Jacksa. Want to thank our producers all season long, Gabby and some other folks, Ryan, who've helped out. Want to thank our ownership at Cook Brothers, Vaughn Cook, and, of course, Val and Warren, Julie, our fine sales manager, the sales team with Alex and Brandon and Trevor, and the rest of the folks. I know I'm forgetting some people, Kim, right now, everybody that works hard, folks that you don't see or hear necessarily, but have been a big part of this, and especially, Ryan, our sponsors.
Yes.
Without our sponsors, we're nowhere. We can't bring these games to you. We wouldn't have the budget to do this, and thank you so, so much. And we invite everyone to continue to be invested with your emotions, energy, passion, finances as part of a unique and wonderful community there in the southwest corner of Wyoming, Uinta County, the Evanston Outlaws, and of course right across there into Utah, where Ryan does such a great job with the Rich Rebels. And pretty soon we're going to be introducing to you folks Adam Jacksa over there in Kimmerer as Cook Brothers continues to grow. A tough loss here for the Evanston Outlaws, but as Ryan said, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Tip your cap to Riverton. Wish those guys the best. Go get them, Riverton at state. Represent this district well.
Since you mentioned the football season upcoming, August 29th is taking a look ahead. The next time we'll have a sports broadcast for you here on K9. The Evanston Red Devils will be
at Cheyenne South. It's a nice little road trip. I was going to talk to you about borrowing your Corvette for that drive, Steinecker. We can talk off mic about that.
My son has a little Corvette you could take for sure on that trip.
Thank you very little.
Yeah.
And your Rich Rebels open?
Rich Rebels open the same day, August 29th, hosting the Summit Academy Bears. And I'm excited for that. That, of course, will be on our sister station, KADQ 98.3 FM. You can watch it online at kadqradio.com. And then, of course, we'll have the Kimmerer Rangers sports coming up this fall as well. They open the same day, August 29th.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. And finally, before we sign off, we need to encourage folks to get out and participate and be a part of the Tour of Utah festivities. That fine professional cycling stage event, which is rated to the very top of that sport, begins on the 4th of August. On August 7th in the afternoon, into the late evening festivities, Depot Square, downtown Evanston. And then on Friday morning, August the 8th, some festivities, including young cowboy poet Thatch Elmer. And then the race itself will start on that Friday morning, and we're going to be a big part of that as well. Very exciting to have professional sports, big time, in southwestern Wyoming over there, downtown Evanston, the start of that race.
This has been the Evanston Outlaws post-game show here on KNY and the Big Dog in Country 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com. This has been a sports production and sports broadcast of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion of this production can be used or rebroadcast without express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Once again, our final score on today's UWINA Physical Therapy scoreboard, Riverton 15, the Evanston Outlaws 13. Until next time, we'll say go Red Devils, go Outlaws, go Rebels, go Rangers.
You've been listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNY and the Big Dog in Country 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's game has been brought to you by these Outlaws supporting businesses and individuals. Big O Tires, the team you trust, by Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Telegram to Good Health, Allstate Casey Cookert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Aspen Grove Nursery, Davis Chiropractic, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast was UWINA Physical Therapy. Thank you for listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNY and the Big Dog in Country 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's broadcast was UWINA Physical Therapy.